We're gonna try this again. I don't know if it's gonna go better, but it's gonna probably go better. Because my microphone isn't gonna be muted. And the game's gonna work. And everything's going to be fine. God, I can't believe it. Setting. Third time's a charm, I guess. But I'm gonna start the stream in a little bit. Start it right away. Why send me? All right. Let's get going here. Oop. Camera. Game. Action! I should turn on a light though. But I'm going to get started. I'm going to get the game started. More than getting started myself. I'm going to get the game started. So, what I wanted to do for this was, since I can, I wanted to show off the EGA version of Quest for Glory, also known as Heroes Quest, before I actually get into it, to show kind of what the game was like before. But I'm thinking maybe I'll do that afterwards. This is my third time going into this now, and I just kind of want to get going here. I was having fun last time, but then there was problems with the video itself. My microphone was muted for the whole damn thing, so that was one of the biggest issues, which we're going to try not do this time. So I'm just gonna get started with the VGA version. And I think maybe at the end, or maybe in one of the other videos, I'll show off the EGA version. So you can see what it is. But yeah, we do need the printed documentation. Ugh, my sound's in the wrong place. Okay, hold on. This isn't right. This isn't right. You don't want that. That'll cause echoey sound. Give me a sec. Okay, we've changed. We've changed to the gaming headset. As long as I see a desktop audio bar here, I'm gonna be okay with my life. Come on, desktop audio bar. Oh, I see it. Looks like there's sound. Okay, looks like the sound might be kind of quiet. So let me know if it sounds kind of quiet. Since you're here, thank you for the mic working thing. I know. I didn't push the mute button this time. I'm gonna go turn on a light as I start the introduction. So have fun with the introduction, and then we're gonna start a brand new character again. Third time's a charm. The introduction is literally credits, but, you know. Yeah, it looks like it might be a good idea for me to turn up the game volume just a tad, maybe. Well, no, I think it's good. Looks good. See, the problem is that normally my microphone is right about here, which you can't see, but that blocks all of the audio box on OBS when I'm playing computer games. I have to like move my microphone a little bit for it to not do so. So, you can play as a fighter, a magic user, or a thief in this game. So I'm going to straight up admit that I am playing this. If you are at the current time that this is that I'm currently doing this, there is a Let's Play being done by Kikoskia of this game. He is currently running through a Let's Play of this game. That is actually most of the reason why I'm playing it. I had always intended to play through this game, but I kind of just like felt like I had all the time in the world to get to it. But now I've been sort of watching his Let's Play, and as I've been watching it, I was like, I really should just play this. I really should just play it. I want to play it. I should just play it. So I'm just gonna play it. That's kind of what's happening here. He is playing through the game as a fighter. I am not going to do that. We are going to play through the game as a magic user. It gives us different solutions to the puzzles. So my playthrough won't be exactly the same, but it won't be entirely different either. Because one of the things that I did, and I'm going to do again, is I am going to give myself 5 points in climbing. We are going to learn to climb. And I'm going to give myself a little bit of intelligence, a little bit of vitality, a little bit of agility, and a 40 magic. So that's going to be our stats. We can't throw anything worth to save our lives. We can throw things, but not with any kind of skill. We can't pick locks. We can't sneak. We can't parry at all. But we can climb. And parrying won't really matter. Parrying is actually sort of badly named in this. As far as I understand, I think parry is actually block with a shield. We will not have a shield. We have the ability to dodge, and we have our weapon, which is a dagger at the beginning. It's what we're gonna have. So let's get started. Here we go. Getting into it. This will seem a little rushed at the beginning, mostly just because I know what I'm doing already. This seems like a quiet little town. On the porch ahead of you are two people. The standing one is large, rather ugly, and playing with a yo-yo. The seated person smoking a pipe looks like he might be the sheriff. He might be. The man with the pipe greets you. Welcome to our town. You are lucky to have made it down from the mountains before the snow blocked the pass again. It's gotten pretty dangerous outside of town, I understand. Many monsters have been trapped around here with the late snow. Between them and the brigands, we certainly could use a hero around here. I am Sheriff Schultz Meisterson. Meisterson, that's my name. This is Otto von Goon, my assistant. Good luck in your quest. You don't even know my quest. Schultz appears to be an affable old coot. Content to smoke his pipe, there's a hardness behind his eyes. However, that gives you reason to believe that he's no pushover. There's more than a hint of ogre about this strange and bulky character. He seems cheerful, though. This is the door to the sheriff's office. Sign reads, Hero's Tale Inn. The sign of the scissors above the door indicates that the building contains a barber shop. Okay, let's ask about the mountain. You should know, you came from there. That's true. This town was named after the barons of Spielberg. It used to be a lively place to be, before the brigands came and drove all the business away. You could find a place to stay at the inn next door. You could learn about jobs available in the guild hall down the street. If you are interested in magic, you should visit the magic shop. There's still plenty to do and see here in Spielberg. Alright, how about the inn? Go talk to the innkeeper. He will help you there. Okay. Baron? Baron Stefan keeps mostly to himself at his castle north of here. We haven't seen him in years, in town for years. He just doesn't come along anymore. Are you talking to my pipe? I'm sorry. Just next to the inn is a small magic shop. The owner, Zara, will let you in if you have some abilities in that area. It's a strange one, all right. The guild hall. Guild hall's at the southwest corner of town. If you're looking for work, it's a good place to go. Alright. Let's ask about the monsters. Monsters come down from the mountains every winter, but they're usually gone by now. Baron just doesn't have enough men to handle them. Wolfgang is the one to talk to about monsters. He's had a lot of experience with them. Wolfgang? Wolfgang, down at the guild hall, is the one to talk to about monsters. Oh. The guild hall? Guild hall's in the southwest corner. It's a good place to go if you need work. Okay. What about these brigands you're talking about? There's a whole band of brigands hiding out somewhere in the mountains around us. They robbed a merchant just last week. Got a fair amount of treasure, I hear. The merchant? The one who was robbed? He stayed at the inn, I believe. The inn? Go talk to the innkeeper. He's right there. What do you keep asking all this same stuff for? Get out of here, kid. Adventure. You'll need to go talk to the Baron about that, or go ask Wolfgang down at the guild hall, which is down the street. So, maybe you're going to be a hero? Well, we could surely use one around here. What with all the brigands and all. Oh. I am Sheriff Schultz Maesterson, and this is Otto von Goon, my assistant. Alright. Goodbye. Are you going to even try to talk to my assistant? No. Oh. You must know that he won't say anything. I do. Oh. Well, okay then. Alright, we're gonna go straight into the magic shop. Last time I went to the guild hall first. We're going straight into the magic shop. Want me to hydrate? Hydration? I just say pizza, dude. Okay. Crystal balls. Useful only to those initiated in the ways of wizardry. You see a variety of arcane objects. For example, scrolls covered with mysterious symbols and arcane incantations. You see a variety of arcane objects. For example, a toaster oven. Very rarely used. Electricity hasn't been invented yet. There are a few Dead Sea Scrolls, a couple of Red Sea Scrolls, a C++ scroll written in assembly language, and other even more esoteric. Oh. I'm not sure how that works, but you know what? Burning incense fills the room with a strange fiery scent. It's a blue bottle flies. Full of pretty little fish. It looks like a sculpture of some weird bat-winged creature. Jar is filled with corrosive-looking green substance. You see a wide variety of objects. Okay, yeah, we were. Alright, let's go talk to the mage person. She makes quite an entrance. I am Zara, and my companion is Damiano. I always say that wrong. I'll never get his name right. The items in this shop are designed for those skilled in the use of magic. Oh. The batwing creature must be some sort of familiar. There's an uncanny look in its eyes, and you don't want to look at it too closely. It's clearly magical. Zara has a mysterious, unearthly look to her. You have a feeling that she is not a person to trifle with. Oh. I will ask about her. I am both human and fairy folk. I draw my power from both. My name is Zara. This is my shop. Oh, fairy folk? We are a people of power and magic, and live in the forests far beyond the mountains to the west. Oh, I can't go that way. Power. Power is the essence of magic, that which a wizard shapes and is shaped by. Uh-huh. Damiano? Damiano is both my familiar and my friend. We share our lives and our magic. Oh. A familiar is a creature of magical abilities, which has been summoned to serve the wizard. The summoning of a familiar is a most powerful spell, and can be cast but once. It binds the wizard and the familiar to the ends of their lives. The more powerful the wizard, the more powerful the familiar, although you cannot always judge power by a familiar's shape. Uh-huh. Magic? If you have the skill of magic, you can learn the way to cast spells by reading magical scrolls. Without the skill, you have no power. The more you practice spellcasting, the greater you shall become. Aha. Initiation. When you have mastered 9 spells, have the power to cast all, and proven yourself worthy by accomplishing a great deed, then you must undergo initiation, become full wizard. There is a place in the distant south where you must journey, but first, you must become a hero here. Ah. Wizard. A wizard is one who both shapes magic and is shaped by it. Erasmus and I are the only wizards in this valley. Erasmus? Erasmus is a wizard and a spellcaster who knows much about this area. He lives in a tower northeast of town at the top of the steep mountain called Zauberberg. He can be very helpful if approached properly, but he has a strange sense of humor. By that you mean it annoys you. Power Potion. Power Potion restores your magical energy and costs 75 silver. It's a ripoff. There are many entrances to the halls of magical mastery in the south. After you have gained skill and a good reputation in magic, you should journey south. If you are indeed worthy of being a wizard, you will find a way to those halls. Aha. Master the arts of arcane and use those skills to vanquish the evil curse, and you will become a true hero. Okay. There is much magic in the world for those who know how to use it. There is magic in this little town, and a good deal of magic in this valley. Oh. There is an aura protecting this town from danger. Within most of its walls, there can be no act of violence or cruel magic. Even so, it is prudent to avoid dark places. Okay. An aura is a spell of protection surrounding something. The town is still protected by the aura cast by the great spellcaster Irana. Irana? Irana was a powerful spellcaster who lived long ago. She brought peace to this valley. Even now, her spell protects this town from violence or foul magic. Her final resting place is due north of town, and it is a place of both safety and healing. It is known as Irana's Peace. And it will be our first goal. It's the first place we're going to go. The valley. There is much power in this valley, and it attracts those who use magic. I am here. Erasmus has his house on Zauberberg. And even Baba Yaga has her hut cooped up somewhere around here. Baba Yaga? She is a powerful and wicked hag. You would be wise to avoid her. She cursed the Baron von Spielberg when he tried to drive her away. Oh. Hut. Baba Yaga's hut is magical. It stands on chicken legs. You must know the rhyme. Enter. The rhyme? I have no interest in entering Baba Yaga's hut, and therefore do not know the rhyme. Ah. Curse? This is Baba Yaga's curse, cast upon the Baron years ago. Upon von Spielberg and all his clan, this the curse I now demand. What I will shall come full measure, so shall ye lose all treasure. There is always a way to break a curse. Possibly Erasmus knows more about this. He might. It's probably Aramis. Erasmus? Something along those lines. These names are weird. He was once a great leader of this land until he was foolish enough to anger Baba Yaga. Okay, well, scary magic lady, I think I got enough info. You want my money? Oh yeah, our stuff. So we have 4 gold and 10 silver. This is basically 50 silver. We have 5 food rations. We have a leather jerkin and we have a dagger. Unfortunately, I can't buy both of the spells that I need right now. We basically only have 50. I need open and I need fetch. But I don't actually need fetch yet. I will, but because I have the ability to climb, we can actually avoid needing fetch on our first outing, and we can just buy open. As you read the spell scroll, the spell is ingrained in your mind. Okay. I don't have enough money to do any more than that. Well, she's out of here. My character's on a little adventure. She's the only sane person here. At least she's not off her rocker. You enter the Adventurers Guild Hall. This Adventurers Guild Hall reminds you of the one in your hometown. The traditional moose head and other stuffed monsters, Saurus, troll, griffin, dragon, cheetor, and the terrible Antwerp, adorn the walls. You see a registration book on the table, and the bulletin board full of job listings. The man seated near the window must be the guildmaster. He is snoring. This is certainly a weird one. You've never seen anything quite like it. The plaque reads Antwerp, slain by 2 guys from Andromeda. That is a star. It is a Space Quest reference. There are 2 guys from Andromeda. We didn't get far enough in the Space Quest series yet to have seen them. The fire blazing cheerily in the fireplace helps warm the guildmaster's old bones. The head is like a panther's, but with a strong human-like quality. It is still rather frightening. The plaque reads Cheetor, slain by Wolfgang Aventur. This guy. Even in death, this monster remains awesome. The plaque reads Dragon, slain by Baron Stefan von Spielberg. He killed a dragon. It looks like it must have been a particularly nasty troll. You wouldn't want to meet him in a dark forest. The plaque reads Troll slain by Wolfgang. This crossbreed of eagle and lion could have torn a man apart when it was alive. The plaque reads Griffin, slain by Wolfgang. What a guy. The plaque under the moose says, courtesy of the Sierra Online Prop Department. Well, thanks, Sierra Online Prop Department. You never saw a purple Saurus before you came to Spielberg, but it looks like a really stupid monster. The plaque reads, Saurus slain by Hans Halfwitten. Alright, let's go and look at the ledger, which gave us a point just to go look at the ledger, by the way. This entry was made several years ago. It says, Baronet Barnard von Spielberg killed a troll near the Flying Falls on this 23rd day of October. Oh wait, it had something else to say. The remaining pages are blank, awaiting future tales of adventures. Alright. You signed your name into the Adventurer's Logbook with a flourish and got a point. Now we have 10 points. Ah! I was so busy I didn't notice you come in. Oh, welcome. It is so seldom that we have new adventures here. Most people think this valley is cursed. It's cursed. Then she turned around and I was staring into the biggest... Oh, it's you, my friend. Yeah, you just talked to me. This is where an adventurer can find out who needs someone brave and courageous. There are many jobs on the bulletin board over there. It's also a good place to talk about adventures on a cold afternoon. We used to play cards here once a week as well, but there are too few adventurers in Spielberg anymore. They all died from monsters or brigands, or they just got too old. Monsters? You can see some of the types of monsters that live around here if you look at our walls. There are trolls, griffins, cheetahs, manta rays, and goblins wandering around the woods. I hear there are even some ogres and Saurus Rexes back in the valley. There was a time when Schultz and I had gotten rid of most of the monsters around here, but we are just too old for that now. Trolls are very tough. Fortunately, they only come out at night. Woods are very dangerous at night. Saurus. Saurus is a monster easy to avoid and easy to kill for a skilled adventurer. Ogres are a lot like goons, but even meaner. Not as bright, though. Goblins. Goblins are not tough, but when they gang up, they can take out an unwary adventurer. Cheetahs are ferocious creatures that charge out of nowhere and try to tear you to shreds. Sometimes they succeed. Those weird things are magical. They are best to be avoided. Don't mistake those things for sources. When they come at you, it's sometimes best just to run away. Okay. Over there on the wall, there's some jobs posted for adventurers. Some have been there a long time now. There just aren't too many good adventurers around here lately. Reward. You need to talk to either the Baron or the healer about that. Her house is just north of the town gate. She's a nice woman. Castle's just north of the healer's house. Just keep going north. You just go north a lot in this town. You get any idea? Everything's north of here. Trophies. Schultz and I killed most of the monsters on those walls. We're pretty badass. One day years ago, a pair of dragons tried to take over our valley. We adventurers rode out to meet them. I can still see Stefan von Spielberg charging forward on his black horse. He slew that dragon, whose head you see on the wall, and the other one flew off. I heard people see that other dragon flying high overhead sometimes, but it has never dared to attack us again. This valley was overrun by those odd monsters one year. Schultz and I fought long and hard to rid the valley of those things. We might have failed even so, had it not been for those two particular tourists who came to our aid. Tourists? They said they were from some place called Andromeda. Must be someplace south of here, I guess. They certainly were odd. I would imagine they were. That was the most vicious moose I ever saw. It bit my nose off. Yeah? I remember the day I killed one. Yeah, it was the biggest I'd ever seen. Put up a tough fight, but I was tougher. You can see the results on the wall. Watch out for cheetahs. I bear the scars of my fight with the one on the wall to this day. Still, it is stuffed, and I'm still alive. I remember when Hans killed the one there. It was a tough fight. For him. Oh yeah? He wasn't much of an adventurer, but he did manage to kill a Saurus before he made the mistake of tangling a troll. Curse. Yeah, with the Baron losing his son and daughter, Baba Yaga, all the monsters, and now the brigands, there's just been one thing after another. The Baron's son? Now there was a hero, and worthy of the name Bernard von Spielberg. He rode off to hunt one morning 5 years ago, and his horse returned with large claw marks on it. No sign of Bernard's body was ever found. Baron's daughter. Elsa was a beautiful 8-year-old child, with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. She was her father, the Baron's joy. 10 years ago, she was carried off by something which flew over the wall and away with her. The search for her lasted many years, but at last everyone gave up except the Baron's jester, Yorick. Yorick? Yorick was a funny little man, but brave. He swore he would spend his life searching for the Baron's Elsa. She is the center of our problems, I think. Baba Yaga is a powerful ogre. Baron von Spielberg tried to force her to leave this valley, but she cursed him. Now the Baron has lost everything but his land, and I don't know how long he will keep that. What our valley needs is a hero. A real hero is someone who didn't start out strong or powerful, but uses his courage and brains and skills to become the best he can be. Sounds like us. There is a reward for anyone who can stop the brigands by capturing or killing the leaders of the brigands. You should read the bulletin board for more information. Alright, I can do that. I can read. I can. Schultz Maesterson. Schultz Maesterson and I have been friends for a long time. He too was once a real adventurer. Now he's just the sheriff of this town. Otto. I like Otto, even if he is a goon. Schultz has him almost trained. A goon is a lot like an ogre. Not as tough, but a little smarter. The sheriff's Otto and Crusher at the tavern are both goons. Uh-huh. Well, sounds great. I'll look at the orders. What we got? Reward for return of lost ring. Inquire at the healers. This poster is rather dusty and faded. The picture is of a small child with braids. Reward of 50 gold coins for the safe return of Elsa von Spielberg. Inquire at Spielberg Castle Gates. Reward of 30 gold coins for the capture or death of the brigand warlock. Description: short, ugly, and wears brightly colored robes. Has a habit of laughing continually. Inquire at Spielberg Castle Gates. Wanted: brigand leader. Description: unknown appearance. Wears a cloak. Must provide proof of leader's identity. Reward of 60 gold coins and title of Hero of the Realm. Inquire at Spielberg Castle Gates. Notice: spell components needed. Cash or trade for potions. Inquire at the healers. This poster seems to have been here a while. It has a picture of a handsome but arrogant young man. Reward of 50 gold coins for information leading to the return of Baronet Barnard von Spielberg. Inquire at Spielberg Castle Gates. Okay, well, now we know lots of things that this town needs done. Are we gonna do any of them? Probably. I anticipate we'll do all of them. We are walking around. You can smell apples as you approach this corner. Good day, and welcome to Spielberg. Would you like to buy some of my nice fresh fruits or vegetables? You see a charming young centaur with the upper torso of a teenager and the body of a filly. I am Hilde, daughter of Heinrich. This is one I'll never get right. Perfideferdern of the farmer. I'm never gonna get that one right. It's just not gonna happen. My father is a fine farmer. My father is Heinrich Perfideferdern. Perfideferdern. We have some land to the north of town. It isn't very big, but we grow many things. You should be here during harvest time, then you would see many fruits and vegetables. Well, I'm not, sorry. My mother has been dead for 3 years now. Still miss her. Want to go on a date? Thank you, but my father thinks I am too young. He would not permit it, but perhaps next year. Oh. Okay. Too bad. This is where I sell things from my father's farm. Okay. We have many kinds of fresh vegetables for sale today. There are carrots, rutabagas, parsnips, and potatoes right from the ground at 5 for a silver. They are very good for you. We also have some apples. There are still some apples left from last season in the barrel. You may buy 10 for a silver since they are so small. Oh. Carrots are my favorite vegetable. They are so crisp and sweet. Rutabagas keep well over the winter months. Parsnips can be made into a tasty pie. Can they? Turnips are good if you cook them in stews. I would actually agree with that. That I do agree with. They have twice robbed my father of his money, and they have tried to steal our food during this winter. That is because we farm outside of town. The brigands would not dare try that in the town. The sheriff would stop them fast. Robbery. Many robbers ran up to father as he trotted back to town. My father tried to fight, but they hurt him badly. Then they ran away to the southwest. Southwest, huh? Our sheriff is very brave. He told me so himself. Um, okay. You were maybe a little naive, I guess you could say, on that one. This looks like a dry goods store, but it smells like a musty library. The stove feels nice on such a crisp day. Behind the counter and on the shelves, there are a variety of items for sale. The shopkeeper appears to ignore you while he reads a book. Alright, well, give me just a second. I gotta... Oh, what? Oh, no, 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 no. Why, that's me, Caspar. We missed a bunch of conversation there. Hold on. Ah. Well, it's basically that he always wanted to be an adventurer, and he tries to stock normal things, but he doesn't have anything great right now because he just doesn't. He only has basic stuff that any adventurer should have, and he hopes that one day he can have magical stuff. That's basically what we missed. I don't know why that started, but it did. I always wanted to be an adventurer. I read about them all the time. The book I was just reading, is about adventuring. Oh, this book? It's about an adventurer who was trying to become a hero. The title is Quest for Glory. Hero's Death. Oh. Maybe don't read that. Unfortunately, I have only standard weapons and equipment. I carry daggers and chain armor. Maybe someday I'll be able to carry magical ones, though. Maybe indeed. Ah! The use of the dagger is almost a skillful art. Is a most skillful art. Actually, this particular weapon is longer than most, but it's still easily concealable. A bargain at 20 silvers. You could get really good protection from my chainmail armor. It's very heavy, though, and I would have to charge you 500 silvers for it. Adventuring rations aren't the tastiest food in the world, but they will keep you healthy and alert as you go along. A pack of 10 rations will cost you just 5 silvers. It's a very good idea to carry an empty flask or two in case you want to pick up a liquid or something else that needs a container. Our flasks are a great bargain at 2 silvers each. I don't like to talk about other people behind their backs. Oh, okay. The sheriff and Otto protect this town. Sheriff used to be a real adventurer, you know. Hilde sells fine produce for a reasonable price. Okay, well, we want to buy a few flasks. We will use them for various things. You see a nicely furnished living room through the window. Go into this house. There's no response. The lock is of a simple type. Well, not in the middle of the day, I'll tell you that. But yeah, so we've got some saves here from when I played last, which we're just gonna. Well, I'm gonna keep wandering because we'll end up using that. But because we will end up using the wandering save. I'm just gonna make an in-town save. So if I want to save in town, we'll just use the in-town save. That'll work. I'm actually not gonna go deal with the bar right now. I don't want to go deal with the bar. I hadn't dealt with the bar yet in my other playthrough yet either, so we'll just deal with the bar some other time. It's it's not that there's stuff there that like there's information that we could get there, but we're okay. The breeze is cool, but you feel a shiver deeper than just the cold. You are really on your own now, in a very dangerous place. Yeah, I mean, technically. Okay, our first challenge. The bright smell of fresh herbs mingle with the aroma of wood smoke as you come up to a hut by the side of the road. The house looks cheery and well kept. It has the sign of the healer above the entrance. The creature looks more like a small flying lizard than a bird. It is made of twigs, leaves, and herbs, probably stolen from the healer's garden. There is a bird-like creature sitting in the nest. Well, you can see a little shine there. And, the tree is a large oak. There's a nest on the limb that stretches towards the hut. You may remember that we have 5 climbing. And if you've watched Kikoskia's Let's Play at all, then you know what's about to happen. We are about to learn to climb. Our climbing skill isn't very good. It takes a lot of skill and practice to climb a tree like this. That is true. Raise the detail all the way up. Why is it not? Now, we are going to save this on the wandering save. I am also going to display that our climbing went up to an 8 with that attempt. Went from a 5 to an 8. I still have 20 of 20 stamina, so we are good on that front. I am going to turn the speed up to maximum and start going up and down this tree until our character makes it to the top. Now, the last time I played this, I utilized the fetch spell, which is basically telekinesis, to get the ring out of the nest. Because the healer's ring is in that nest. This time, I don't have the fetch spell. So, you are so exhausted that everything hurts. You better get some rest. Okay. We are about to pass out from attempting to climb this tree. We are at 30 climbing, and we've gotten some strength, some agility, some vitality, and some luck doing this. We actually have 24 stamina instead of 20 now. But we need to rest. We need to rest for a good hour so that we can feel a little better. Back up to 16 stamina. Let's get back to climbing. Hey, we made it. Awesome. Now for the hard part. This is the part where well, this is the part where we fall on our face. Try again, etc. That's what happens sometimes when you go out on a limb. Oh, ha, freaking ha. That did not feel good. That did some damage. So up we go again. Cool. Take a break. It's Mueller time. Practice makes perfect. Yeah. We have 7 health. Can we die doing this? You know the answer to that question. What we have to hope is that we don't. Do boop bop doo bop boop bop bop doo bop doo bop boop bop bop. Your figure remains still and silent. Had you been healthier, you probably could have survived that fall. In your weakened condition, however, you succumbed to your injuries. Oh. Alright, well, maybe we should just go up and down the tree for a little while then. That might get us the ability to make it over there without falling on our face. It's certainly possible. All right. What did that do to our stats and climbing ability? Climbing is at a 42. Oh, whoops. Going back up a tree, going back down a tree, going up a tree, going down a tree, going up a tree, going down a tree, going up a tree. Gonna try to get a ring. You carefully bend down and reach into the nest. In the nest, you find a gold ring. You take the ring and move carefully back along the limb. Made it. Now back down the tree. All right, we did it. Okay. Now, believe it or not, that was actually really, really good training. For one, even as a mage in this game, you need to be physical. You need to be stout. That doubled our strength stat. Almost doubled our agility stat. It gave us quite a bit of vitality. And it was just all around a really good thing for us to have done. Our climbing skill is up to 42 now. This is real good. We're doing good. Lightly knock on the door. After a moment, you hear the inside bolt slide open. A voice from inside says, "Come on in." The fragrance of herbs mingle with some rather unpleasant odors as you step into the healer's house. Lovely day, isn't it? My, you look very healthy for an adventurer. You must be new. What can I do for you? I can sell you healing potions if you like. I also buy spell components if you are interested in gathering some for me. Don't mind me, I always have so much to do around here. Okay, well, one gold ring. We are going to give her the gold ring. Oh, thank you for finding my ring. I've missed this. Here are 6 golds and 2 healing potions for your reward. That is a huge, huge reward. And also that. You put the reward away and tell her she's welcome, as you leave to avoid being kissed again. We still need to talk to her, though. We haven't done that yet. Well, what can I do for you this time? You can let me talk to you. Well, my name is Amelia Appleberry. Mostly I am just known as the healer. I will be happy to sell you some potions. I live here with my pet Terry. Oh, that's my pet Terry, the pterosaur. He has a girlfriend, Teresa, with a nest in the oak outside my door. Terry keeps me company and listens while I chatter as I work. Yeah? They're a species of flying lizard. I understand they can grow quite large in the south. Oh. Can they now? I make and sell healing potions, power potions, vigor potions, and undead unguent. Healing potions heal health, vigor potions heal stamina, power potions heal magic, undead unguent. Undead unguent is used to drive off the minor undead, such as zombies or floating spirits. It doesn't last long, so you should use it near where you are going to encounter such things. Okay. And then we got magic. I have the skill to use my magic to create potions. I am a bit proud about it. Not everyone can do that, you know. I can't. I always need ingredients for making potions. Right now, I need some Arana's flowers, magic mushrooms, troll beard, and let me think. Oh yes, cheetah claws. I will be happy to pay you if you bring me some. I also buy back any empty flasks you have so that I can recycle them. Waste not, want not, after all. Mandrake root. Mandrake root is used in a variety of spells, mostly for evil purposes. Mandrake must be pulled from a dead man's grave at midnight. The root is particularly powerful. Flasks. I will pay you 1 silver for each empty flask you bring me so I can use it for more potions. Flowers. I use flowers from Arana's Peace to the north in nearly all my potions. They have some of the magic of the place even when they are dried. I will pay you 5 silvers for a flask full of flowers. We don't actually need a flask for them. Cheetor claws. The Cheetor looks like a cross between a panther and a man. It is vicious, tough. Unless you are a very tough fighter, you would best try to get away from it. If you do manage to kill it, then I will pay you 5 silvers for each claw. Trollbeard. The trolls around here are tough monsters that cannot stand the light of day, and so are only found at night or in caves. They are very difficult to kill, but I pay 2 healing potions for the beard of a troll. So that's a lot of ways for us to get some money and stuff. We need money. We need a lot of money, actually. So we're going to be getting a whole bunch of flowers for her all the time. Lots and lots of flowers. But for now, we're going to head off to the castle. Where is he? No, what are you... Character, what are you doing? Wait, is it late? Is that why I climbed over? Is that why I needed to climb over? Because it's actually really late. Yeah, the night is still young. I don't want to sneak into the castle. I have to make sure no guards are looking. You climb over the wall. I didn't realize it was nighttime. Oof. After climbing down the wall, you say to yourself, "Self," you says, "that wasn't too bad." Okay, so we have a problem in that it's nighttime. And we're outside. So, I am going to attempt something that I should not attempt. And if it goes badly, we'll just climb back into town. We're going to run ourselves to Arana's Peace. Which is dangerous and scary. Because it's nighttime. And there's things like that out here. Oh, we're dead. What a monster! Yeah. That was a Cheetor. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, there's just a freaking... He's just... Oh, we're dead. I don't even have the SP to fight him. Like, we are just dead. Oh, I was able to run. Oh, I didn't realize you could run from fights. No, they look more like panthers. But I do understand why you would have thought that. You are so exhausted that everything you do hurts. Oh, that's not good. Hopefully we make it there before we pass out. Okay. We made it. Oh, okay, we are here. The meadow lies covered with a blanket of flowers, unusual for this early in the spring. It is warm, even though surrounded by the late snows of the winter. A large carved stone lies flat on the ground. You feel as though someone gentle was watching over you. You feel that you are safe here. The air has the fresh, clean scent of the mountains, accompanied by numerous perfume-like fragrances. The trees' blossoms are soft, green, and fragrant. The fruit glows and shimmers in the moonlight. It produces a fragrance like a sun-ripened strawberry. All kinds of colorful and fragrant flowers and grasses cover the meadow. The large stone appears to be ancient and deliberately placed. Marks carved into the stone almost look like writing. The stone has the words Arana's Peace carved upon the top. There are some runes carved along the side. Remember where you have to click for it. It reads, "If thy will is magic, so shall I share. open this stone and claim what is there. What we have to do for that is cast the open spell. It does not matter what your skill with the open spell is. The scroll vanishes even as you read the magical runes upon it. You now have the knowledge to cast a calm spell. Calm lets us calm things. Let's just, so if a monster is like coming on screen, wants to attack us, we can cast calm and it'll stop and consider the universe for a little while. And then, this is the game's words, and then we can run away at that point. The sweet, juicy fruit of the tree is amazingly satisfying and refreshing. I grabbed 2 things of flowers there as well. But now what we're going to do is sleep all night. You are perfectly safe here. In fact, resting here is better than resting at town, and it's free. You sleep comfortably among the fragrant flowers. You awake as the sun begins to rise. Okay. Full stamina, full health, full magic, everything is good. Alrighty. Save the game. Still on the wander. Save. One moment once more. I really like the music in Arana's piece. It's a really nice song. Okay. So, this is not going... What I'm about to do is not going to actually work well for us. It's just going to go badly. But I did it in my last playthrough. I want to show it off right now so that you guys are aware of things that I'm aware of. Which is that A, there's an ogre here. We can cast the calming spell. Suddenly a feeling of peace and tranquility permeates the area. And now we hit the run and we just run by him. Okay. As your eyes adjust from the sunlight to darkness, you examine the interior of this eerie cavern. You sense something moving off to your right. Yeah, there's a... On one side of this cavern is a creature which looks like a large bear. There's something attached to his leg. I don't appear to be able to look at the something, but it's pretty obvious what it is. Beyond the bear, the cave seems to continue. The bear blocks the way. So if we just walk up to the bear, we would die. But we can cast the calming spell. And now we are able to just run on by the bear. Now that we're behind the bear, I have tried to do this, and this did not work. I will try it again, though. We can cast Open. The spell has no effect. You better not. The bear isn't wearing a flea collar, just a lock chain. I don't think you can release the bear. I think you have to just find a way around it. And for the mage, the calm spell seems to work. Now in here, this section of the cave has an eerie quality. You see a kobold resting on a ledge across from you. The strange creature is dressed in ragged clothes. It has large pale eyes. It must have spent its entire life in these caves. A large brass key hangs from a thong around the creature's neck. This part of the cavern is spacious and multi-leveled. Phosphorescent fungus illuminates the cavern with an unearthly glow. On a rocky platform above the cave floor is a kobold, one of the race of ugly, miserly creatures known for their skill in magic. Some sort of food, mushrooms, sits in a pile on the stone table. Looks almost edible to a kobold. What I then tried in here that got me killed was the calm spell. Suddenly a feeling of peace and tranquility permeates the area. The kobold doesn't look very calm. In fact, it looks totally unaffected by your spell. And it's, you go, you no stay here. And now he's going to cast very painful magic at us. The kobold casts a spell with which you are not familiar. Oh no. Oh no. It's very not good. He starts shooting you with lightning, and you will just die. It did almost all of my health in one shot. You may have noticed. I was thinking I would just die, but then I realized that we have actually probably gained some skill with Calm, and I should just keep my skill that we've gained. So we'll just keep our spell skill. Unless, of course, the ogre fights us, then we're doomed. Oh god, ogre, please. Calm. Run. Okay. Let's head back up to Arana's Peace. It's the best place to spend an hour. Okay. I literally just did that to show that that's what I've done, that information is there. I know these things. Oh, hey. We need to... Our weapon is now magically charged. Hostile intent is evident. You prepare for battle. All right, let's get him. Stab him with a dagger. Charge the weapon. Stab him with the dagger again. Stab him. Stab him. We won. These things never have any loot of any kind. They are always completely lootless. And so we're going to go for a walk in the woods. By a walk in the woods, I mean we're going to go return another one? Really? All right. That's fine. Your weapon is now magically charged. Hostile intent is evident. You prepare for battle. Dun-dun-dun. We're getting some skill ups, I'm sure. Can't quite check on the screen yet. All right. We have, oh yeah, plenty of skill ups. Our weapon use went up to 15. We got some magic power even. We're getting better. I can just run around if I want to, but it will expend stamina. Oh my gosh, so much combat. This doesn't usually happen. Our weapon is magically charged. You don't know that spell, I know. I didn't want to use a spell. I wanted to stab him. A dagger. Okay, that was a goblin. Goblins do typically have a little bit of money. 4 silver coins. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I just picked up some rocks. It picked up a few small rocks. This is useful if you have the throwing skill. We do not, so all it is really heavy. And you pick up 10 whenever you pick them up. And you can't drop them very quickly. There's no point in us throwing them. It would take forever. And it would just expend stamina. You can't gain skill that you don't have any skill in the first place. So the fact that I have a 0 skill... Oh, man. A brigand. Go away, brigand. Okay. This screen is safe. The centaur stops raking as you approach. This is her father. Hilda's father. I am Heinrich Perfederferdern. I live in town with my daughter, Hilda, who sells our produce on Market Street. Hello. Hilda is a bright little filly. I'm very proud of her. Farmer smart. Our stand is in the northeast corner of Spielberg. Produce is not the finest in this time of year, but you will not find better than Perfederferdern fruit come harvest time. I'm doing all right. Repeating all this content for like the 3rd time, but I'm doing all right. Farm. I can grow enough on this little plot to feed my family and the village. You should see this field during the summer. This field looks kind of small. There are a few carrots and potatoes left from last season, but I'm just starting to plant the crops now. In a couple of months, I'll have some cherries. The apples won't ripen until fall. There's much work for me to do now, and I bid you a good day. No. You don't get away that easy. I gotta talk to you. Brigands attacked me a few months ago. I am a strong fighter, and my hooves are deadly. There were too many of them. My right leg was broken. There is no pride for a centaur who cannot run. If it had not been for the unlikely intervention of their leader, I would be dead. The leader came up after the brigands attacked me and forced them to stop, ordering them not to hurt people from the town. Then, to my amazement, the leader gave me a healing potion and had me carried to the healer's house. It was hard to judge the leader, whose face was obscured by a helm, but there was compassion, unlike what one expects from a brigand. Healer. The healer lives just east of here. She is very skilled with potions. Baron? I'm sorry, I know little about the Baron and his family. Alright. See you, dude. So the leader is compassionate? Alright, I'm curious if I can do something here. Oh, I need the spell first, huh? I don't have the spell yet. Okay, that's fine. You politely knock on the door. Hello. I want to sell you some stuff. Because I need money. I need a lot of money, actually. Thanks. We are gonna have to grind up some money. I know how it sounds. Oh my god, really? You have to grind money? Yeah, I kind of do, actually. We have 7 gold and 18 silver pieces. That's not quite enough. It's fairly close, but it's not quite enough. Each gold is 10 silver, basically, and we need 100 total. You can't see much of the gatekeeper over the battlements. Talk to him. My name is Carl. Well, hey, Carl. This is the castle of Baron Stefan von Spielberg. The stable keeper could use a strong person to help clean out the stables. Doesn't pay much, but it's good, honest work. If you'd like to take the job, come on in. Stable. Cleaning up after the horses is a good way to build up your muscles. That's probably good. My lord sees no one since the loss of his son and daughter. Loss. 10 years ago, the Baron's daughter Elsa was stolen away by magic. 5 years back, the Baronet Bernard von Spielberg went on a hunt from which he did not return. This is all clearly part of Baba Yaga's curse. Elsa von Spielberg was a lovely young child with braided blonde hair and bright blue eyes like her mother, Baroness used to have. A large winged creature flew over the castle walls, grabbed Elsa, and vanished before the guards could fire upon it. We searched everywhere for her. No avail. Even the jester Yorick joined the search for her. The Baron sent a troop of guards to storm Baba Yaga's hut, but I think their skulls sit atop her fence. Elsa von Spielberg would be about 18 now. Oh. Hut. Baba Yaga has her hut in the northwest. It's a very dangerous place, and many baronial guards have been lost there. Yorick? He was a very jolly fool who loved to laugh. He was devoted to Elsa and swore he would not return until Elsa was safe. Did he also happen to be short and possibly ugly? Because, I mean, I'm sort of putting the two together here for you guys. The Baroness died soon after the birth of her daughter. Baron still mourns for her. Barnard. The Baronet Barnard von Spielberg was a proud young man and had the dark hair and eyes of his father, the Baron. He rode off one morning on his horse, and his horse returned without him. The horse had been raked by the claws of some large animal. There is still a reward offered for the safe return of the Baronet, but I fear he is dead. There is still a reward offered for the safe return of the Baronet and Elsa von Spielberg of 50 gold. For the capture or death of the brigand warlock, there is a reward of 50 gold. For the capture or death of the brigand leader, there is a reward of 50 gold. And the title of Hero of Spielberg. We're giving away a lot of gold. Hero of the Realm of Spielberg is a title of respect and honor. A true hero can release this land from its curse using his intelligence and courage. I don't know if you've heard that before from, like, everyone else. I think we're good here. You open the door? Just a minute while I raise the gate. 1 second. I don't know who put the gate controls right here in the middle. It's a little strange, but... Thank you. Thanks, sir. Alright. This guy is a combat trainer. I'm not gonna... He can twirl and dance around. He requires, like, an entire gold to train with. And I don't want to do that. Looking for some work? Yeah. Good. Come in here and take a rake. You're so exhausted, everything you do hurts. I wonder if you could literally die doing Now you're 5 silvers richer. Thanks, dude. I'm also exhausted. I have 1 stamina. Oh god. Oh jeez. That would be quite the thing to have happen. Die from working there. Alright, so being that I am, like, exhausted as all heck, we're gonna go back into town. Do, 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 do. Here. We're gonna spend some more of our hard-earned cash. We are going to spend some more hard-earned cash on the fetch spell. As you read the spell scroll, the spell is ingrained in your mind. I have 5 gold pieces and 3 silver pieces, so I am just a tad short. I'm 7 silver short. 7 more silver, I could have gotten what I needed. Because then we would also have Flame Dart. For now, all we have is Fetch. Which is fine. We gotta go do some Fetch training in order to get something we need for a puzzle. Which I had also done. Took a while. There's a lot of training with Fetch. But what I'm curious about is whether or not I can also use Fetch here. Even though I've already done this. Can I fetch it? Well, it's no longer useful here, but you did get some practice. Wait, did I? Oh, I guess I did cast it. My skill went up? My expertise is 5. 8, 15, 17. Do I don't have flowers on me, right? Yeah. Alright, well, I think it's faster to get to there if you go this way. We gotta go for a walk. That being said, I really should, like, rest. What time of day is it? Mid-afternoon? Okay, we're fine to... We're probably fine to have a... Come on. I want to have a rest. 60 minutes. So that we have a decent amount of stamina again. Yep, 16. Health is pretty darn low, though. We need to not get into an encounter, so we're going to need to use Calm if we see any encounters. Like that one. Probably should have calmed him right away. Here he comes. There we go. You know, I actually think I'm going the wrong way. Is that goblin still following me? Yeah, he is. Need to run by. I'm out of here. No, screw you, Mr. Goblin. Okay. Did I need the cash? Yes. Was I willing to risk the death? No. I only have 12 hit points after all. I will pick some flowers. I will pick some flowers again. I will check the time. It's still mid-afternoon. We're going to have a 60-minute rest. Sunset is approaching. I don't think we're going to make it back, but I can try. I sure can try. Oh, lordy lord. Calm spell. Running time. Why is it on talk? Run! Don't go back to talk. No, he's got me. Run! Okay, we made it. I'm trying to sell stuff before it's night. Oh. I'm here. Oh, I'm so tired, lady. Okay. Oh, here you go. Oh, thank you for the 10 silvers. You're the best. I gotta go. Okay. Okay, we have plenty of stamina for this, but all right, let's go. Okay. Keep going. Run. Oh god, goblins. They'll never catch me alive. No, really. They'll never catch me. I'm too fast. We've made it. again? No. I can have a 60-minute rest, which will make it nighttime, which will let me sleep all night. Now I can eat the fruit. The fruit is very soft and juicy. It would be impossible to keep in your pack. Even with a flask? It doesn't. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna actually go and start trying to put some of our magical talent to use. However, it's going to take a little bit of time to put our magical talent to use. It is not going to work this time around. We are not going to have sufficient skill with the spell to do this. Oh, but before we get to do that, we need to get into combat, apparently. Hello, my friend. Alright, I need to switch to combat. There we go. Stab him! Stab him good! Okay. You search your opponent. You find 7 silver coins. Nice. 7 silver coins. That's so many silver coins. That's really useful. Alright. Now, if we just go this way, we're going to find this screen. Where these things are doing something there. You've never seen anything quite like them. They're pretty in a grotesque way. They're spitting what seems to be some kind of seed. Okay, yeah, it's just telling me about the cliff sides. Now, there's a couple ways you can do this. One is that I think you can climb up here and just, like, grab it out of there. And that's the way that requires, like, no skill of any kind other than the climbing skill. Or you can use our fetch spell. And our character will attempt a fetch spell. And fail completely. And then we just do it again. And he will fail completely. And then we do it again. And fail. And again. And we failed. This is going to continue until I run out of magic points. I am not joking. It takes 5 magic each time. We're only at an 11 skill, and I believe this requires about a 20. Our expertise in the spell is like an 11. I think you need about a 20 expertise in fetch for this to work. I think. Don't have enough magic. So we will rest for 60 minutes. Now, what is to stop me from just resting until I get this done? For some reason, they made it so that your character is unwilling to rest more than once on the same screen. Like, on the same day, I think. It might just be that I have to, like, leave the screen and come back, and then he'll rest. I'll be able to rest again. Which I could try. But we only get, I think, like, 12-ish or so. I think you get, like, a quarter of your magic points back per rest. Yeah, we have a whole 1 now. We can try that, though. We can walk over here. And then on this screen, see if he's willing to rest for an hour. Nope, just too impatient. A certain amount of time has to have passed before our character is going to be willing to rest again. So, instead, we're gonna go walking this way. Probably don't have enough magic points for anything. Power potions are really expensive, even from the healer. The healer charges 60 for them, which is less than the mage lady, but we have exactly what we need. 70 exactly. Actually, I think we only needed 60. I don't know why I thought I needed 70. We have more than we need, which is good. We don't want to be entirely broke. I'd almost like to just get to a point where we could pay for it with silver alone and just kind of like grind out the money a little bit, because it'll help us gain skill while we're doing it too. But I'm gonna keep things moving along best I can. So that was some more silvers. We're going to go buy the last spell that we need to buy. From her, at least. Zana only has one more spell for us, which is the Fire Dart. Which allows us to, shoot a little firebolt. Not a fireball. We don't have no fireballs. But I will take the ability to shoot fire where I can get it. So you return to my shop. Ask of me what you will, but keep it to the point. I'm gonna give you money for the flame spell. As you read the spell scroll, the spell is ingrained in your mind. Nice. Thanks, bye. We may never talk to you again. Because we now have all the spells that you have, so bye. Cool. Unfortunately, the Fire Dart spell actually costs 5 mana, which is quite a bit for how much damage it does, especially when you're not very you don't have very high expertise in it. So we're getting really close to the point where we need to start doing just a whole bunch of magical grinding. This game has a very odd amount of grinding in it. I don't think you specifically need to do any of it, but there is a lot more than I would have expected from an adventure RPG. I think it's mostly because of the fact that they tie skill levels to everything, and everything that you do increases those skill levels. So you find yourself kind of doing a lot more I need to get this skill up so that I can use it better. Kind of a little bit of grind festing like that than you would probably have expected to do. But overall, I think this game is a pretty good point and click adventure game with an interesting mechanic in it that not many adventure games have, which is the RPG mechanic. Go. He's calm and considering the universe. We should run. I don't want to fight brigands yet. I don't have enough mana right now to fight brigands. We need to get some more mana. Alright, am I hungry again? Let's go find out. Okay, I don't need to now. I will rest for 60 minutes. I'm apparently too impatient. That's not great. I don't really have enough magic points to do more right now. I guess we could start trying to just wander the forest and try to find stuff. Oh, I should have grabbed some. We could also get some flowers for some money. And take those back for some money. While our character is impatient. But what I'm going to hope is that our character is impatient, but that we will be able to make it back in time. Make it back to the place where we need to do fetching, and our character won't be impatient anymore, and we can rest and get... If that thing follows me... It did not. Okay. I was gonna say, if that thing follows me, I will just fight it with my dagger, just straight up. Okay, they're still spitting the thingy. Can I rest for 60 minutes here? Okay, we feel better. That gives us exactly 5 more fetches. Alright, let's get back into fetching. Here we go. We're fetching. We lost concentration. Alright, we're fetching again. We lost concentration. Okay, give me a sec. Okay. Fetchy, 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 fetch. Can we do it with this much mana? I don't think so. I think we're not going to have enough still. Nope. I didn't know where that one was even going. Don't have enough spell points. We didn't even gain any magic stat. Okay, well, I'm sure it's still, yeah, it's still only mid-afternoon. Alright, well, let's go for a run in the woods, I guess. See if I can find something that could get us even more money. Wandering. Go this way. Keep going that way. South. No, screw you, Goblin. I know you're there. Ha! This is what I was looking for. This used to be a member of a famous rock group, but it decided to split the scene. God. The trees look more vibrant than most of the forest. There's a ring of mushrooms in the center of the clearing. There's a ring formed of a large, rather unusual looking mushrooms. You pick a handful of the smaller mushrooms and carefully put them away in your backpack. Nice. I shall save the game. Why did I save the game? We're gonna eat ourselves some strange mushrooms, because it's fun. You ingest a few of the mushrooms from the fairy ring. They taste delicious. Wow, look at all the nice paisley horses. Your senses gradually return to normal. That was interesting, but it would probably not be a good idea to repeat the experience. Nah. You ingest a few of the mushrooms from the fairy ring. They taste delicious. Wow, look at all the nice paisley horses. Your senses gradually return to normal. Where did all the pretty horses go? That's funny. Could have sworn I warned you about eating too many magic mushrooms. Your mind permanently warped. You die a garish polka-dotted death. Oh. So, yeah, don't... Just don't eat the mushrooms. It's pretty simple, really. Just don't eat the mushrooms. You know? Nothing hard about that. Right, if we just go directly east, where do we end up? Oh, on this side of town. The street is covered with an old dried fruit from last year. The old archery target looks as though it has not been used in quite some time. Fruit on this tree is withered and swarming with hornets. You think better about picking it. There are too many bushes between you and the target. Can I not get to it? The heck? Oh, what the heck? What's going on? Why is my character running across the screen? Oh, now he's picking up rocks. Gosh darn it. The hollow log looks somberly back with a single giant eye, and you know at once that nothing is to be gained by investigating this gaunt relic of a more vertical past. You can't do much with that. Huh. But it looks very out of place. How do I get to the... Huh. I don't know how to get to that. I'm here to make money. Well, what can I do for you this time? Well, you said you wanted mushrooms. Are these the ones? This is very nice. I dry them and grind them into a powder. Did you give me money for them? 2 gold pieces and 10 silver potions. So silver pieces. 10 silver. Did you give me money for those? Spell components. Magic mushrooms. Flowers, mandrake root. You can't ask about the mushrooms though. So I don't know if she actually paid me for those or not. I know she pays me for those. 2 gold and 20 silver pieces. I think she did. I think she gave me 10 silver pieces for the batch. I think. After a 60-minute rest, you feel better. Sunset approaches. All right. we'll go end day 3. Okay, hold on. We're gonna shoot him with a fire. Okay. Here we go. You don't have enough magic. That's fine. Stab him with a charged dagger. Da-da-dun! Got him. You search your opponent. 8 silver coins. Nice. I will say that this game does seem like it's probably actually easier as the fighter. I think the wizard, you're supposed to avoid combat a little more, just because it's harder to like fight a whole lot because you don't have a lot of magic points, right? So like we couldn't use like flame dart unless we could get flame dart to like some kind of super level where we can like one shot goblins with a single flame dart. Like that doesn't seem likely either, you know? I gotta be hungry by now. What do we have for food rations? Oh, we still have 5. Okay, well. Time to sleep all night. And tomorrow we will go cast the fetch spell some more. And I've actually done not everything that I had done in my last playthrough still. My last 3 hours of playing this game. I had actually still done more than this, but we are going to do our best. We're going to keep making progress. I know a couple things now. I had gone and talked to Erasmus already. Oh, hi, Goblin. I don't really want to use too much of my magic, but I do want you to die faster. Ow. Stop hitting me while I cast my... Dun-dun-dun. 7 golden coins. It's golden? I wish. 7 silver coins. This is why I say that you're more of a fighter mage. Like, no matter what you choose. Like, we still need to be able to fight, right? Like, our strength matters. Our vitality matters quite a bit. Our weapon use skill matters because we need to be able to actually fight. So, like, yes, I could try to fireball all the time, but it only does so much damage, and we need our magic for other things, like this, where we're gonna sit here and grind the fetch spell until this works. Which is about to right there. We got it. It worked. You place the seed into your pack. Cool. Let's not do that without saving. I had a save before called Rude Magic. I'm going to have that save again because we are going to take our rage out. There's no need to be so destructive. Oh, but there really truly is. I want the practice. Okay. How many magic points do I have? 21? Oh my god. Your character just keeps walking off the screen if you don't stop him. All right. We're gonna take a 60-minute rest. 33, huh? Okay, well. Down we go. And then I think I want to go left. Did I grab flowers while I was at Arana's piece? Of course not. Yeah, I believe I just need to go left now. Oh, nope. This is the sneaky goblins. Oh, not so sneaky this time, is he? Goblin has a mean look in its eyes. You prepare for battle. Oh god, the game did this again. This happens every now and again with this game. I don't know what is going on with this. The only way for me to fix this seems to be for me to quit the game completely. Wow, you threw that dead goblin a long way. I don't know what causes this, but it does. The game goes into like some kind of weird negative mode. Got 5 silvers. So every time you come onto this screen, you fight an increasingly large number of goblins. Every single time you come on a screen. The number of goblins in the fight goes up and up and up and up. The first time you go on the screen, you have a combat, it's 1 goblin. The next time you go on there, it's 2 goblins, and so on and so forth. Okay, this time though, I'm going to try just a restart and see if just restarting fixes it. It did not. It is still all awkward. Weird. Weird. So I do have to quit the whole game. Okay. This happened to me one time at one point last time I was playing too. It's weird. I don't really know what's going on. Doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it's kind of annoying. All right. I don't know if I can rest directly after a combat or not. I hope so. Good. It only gave me back 13 magic. I mean, I might be able to take on some more goblins with 13 magic, but I'm not going to. We will take on what we maybe have to, but for now, we're just going to continue on our merry adventure. Not that. I wanted to check. I do have a 50 magic power now, so that's good. Doop, 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 doop. Here is this again. Okay. Which I assume is probably like a fairy circle or something along those lines. That's what it seems like. A beautiful white stag is foraging for food. Good food. Don't be a litter bug. Hey, I was trying to give you food. Oh. This is how you get here. Okay. Follow the stag into the forest corner. You feel as though the eyes of the forest is watching you. You watch the stag, fascinated with his grace and beauty. There is something special about this place. The tree woman speaks. I am the Dryad, keeper of the woods. Are you one with the woods? Yes. Then you shall aid me, and I shall aid you in your quest. Bring me a seed from the spore-spitting Spirea in the north, that I may plant it elsewhere in order to preserve these rare and magical plants. Thus will you become a true friend of the forest. I detect you have in your possession such a seed. Are you willing to give me the seed? Yeah. You drop the seed into the Dryad's limbs. Now this will boldly grow where none has grown before. Heed now my words, friend of the forest, and heed them well. Friend, you must know that there is an evil in this valley which perverts the ways of nature. The prophecy says that a hero will bring a young human from out of this darkness. If you are the one to accomplish this task, there is a potion to break enchantments.
Boldly go where no man has grown before, Klaus.
To break enchantments which the healer can make for you. There's a potion to break enchantments. You must gather these ingredients. Flowers from Irana's piece. Easy. I really wish I could be writing this down right now. Something. Write on anything. Anywhere. I can't write on that. Can I write on the back of this? I shouldn't. I will. Flowers. Okay. Green fur. Okay. Green fur. Fairy dust. Okay. Fairy dust. A magic acorn. Okay. Magic acorn. Sure. And flying water. Flying water. Right. Whatever you say, lady. Farewell, friend. I must return to my concentration. May the forest forever surround you. You see an acorn fall slowly on the ground. Oh. There is a large, slightly glowing acorn on the ground. You pick up the Dryad's gift of a magic acorn. Well, that's one piece. You get no response. Majestic white stag is an outstanding example of the beauty of the animal kingdom. Alright, well, we have a quest. It doesn't work. We have many quests, actually, but... To boldly grow where no plant has grown before. Okay, well. What's over here? What? Okay, before I go too far, it's mid-morning. Okay, we're perfectly fine on time. Can I rest, perhaps? That should have gotten my character. Okay, 26 magic. That's 5 fire darts. Let's keep going west. Why not? Oh. Oh. The mountains here are very steep indeed. Large, heavy-looking rocks cover the many holes. The meeps must be stronger than they look to lift these rocks so easily. Can I talk to you guys? You hear squeaky muttering from beneath the ground. It seems the meeps are having quite a discussion about you. Hiya, hiya! Pleased to meet you. Me too? Meeps? We're happy meeps, living in our happy holes. Don't worry, be happy. Oh, okay. We use rocks for doors. They keep us dry and warm in our holes. There are holes? We like live in tunnels under the ground, you know? I do now. Hey, like, fur's good and stuff. Keeps us warm. Mine's the best. It's like green, you know? Can I have some green fur? Oh, you want some green fur? I think I have some somewhere. Thanks. What about the brigands? Gee, boss, I don't really know much about that at all. Hey, sorry. Well, magic? I found a scroll lying around in the woods one day. You want it? It's yours. Uh, yes. Oh. Well, uh, it looks like a spell scroll. You pick up the spell scroll. As the magical rune fades, you find you now know how to cast the Detect Magic spell. Well, that's just dandy. You pick up the green fur. Okay. You possess the detect spell. Your expertise is 10. You will use 2 magic points each time you cast the spell. You sense no magic in this area. Oh. Oh. We appear to not be able to lift any of these rocks. They just pull them back down. You know, I think we're probably done there. You have 1 piece of green fur. You have 1 magic acorn. Okay, we need Arana's peace flowers, but that's, oh god. Calm as shit. Run. I don't want to fight a brigand. Thanks though. Oh my gosh. He's insistent. I don't know. Do I want to goblins right now? I have 22 magic. If I fight them with my dagger mostly, we should be fine actually. Save this on rude magic. Yeah! Hoya! 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 Hiya! Hiya! Ha! Ha! Okay, I think goblins in this spot right here have nothing. Yep. Goblins down here have like 4. Yeah. So what the goblin has is actually based on where he is on the screen. Certain locations on the screen, goblins have more or less silvers on them based on where they are when they collapse on their butts. And it seems like we're probably in danger here right now. We are not. We can sit here forever and we'd be fine. You're in the Goblin Central Combat Training Zone. You wonder where all the goblins are coming from, but don't worry about it. It's just one of those little unsolved mysteries of the universe. Basically, this is a zone where you can train on goblins, like, endlessly. And like I said, each time we go on the screen, there will be more goblins than the last time we went on the screen. Okay, we need a 60-minute rest, basically no matter what, because I need to get some magic points back. I am going to save. And we're actually just going to go right on back and fight ourselves 3 more goblins. We should be able to do it, I would think. Here he is. I missed. Oh, I apparently did not, actually. Stab, 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 stab. Ba-da-bum. 8 silvers. 5 silvers. And I think this one also has some silvers. It's like 4. Yeah. So what we want is for there to be a goblin with his butt in the air right here. That's what we actually want. That goblin, if there's a goblin right there with his butt in the air, he has a lot. He was the winner of last night's poker game, I believe is how the game puts it. And he has like 35 silvers. But we have 2 gold and 62 silver pieces. So we actually have a pretty good amount of money. Time is it? Mid-afternoon. If I was to give myself a 60-minute rest after that combat, sunset is approaching, and I only have 18 magic points. What is my skill with our firebolt at this point? 22. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so unfortunately, though, we need to kick it into high gear. And as you may expect, we need to run to Arana's piece. I think we need to go a decent amount up. And then go east. Oh, can I not go east from the screen? Alright, well, north it is. Okay. Keep going. East again. Oh. Oh. I need to go north. I know where I am now. I somehow got too far east. And not enough north. Somehow. I don't really know how that happened, but it did. Do-do-do. You've seen it before. Thanks, game. It's amazingly satisfying and refreshing. I need flowers. Flowers. I need to cast a spell. Cast open spell. Alright, that opened it up. There's no further purpose in casting the open spell. I wanted to train it. I wanted to train it. Can I train detect magic? This entire area is magical. In particular, the fruit on the tree radiates magic, and you sense a spell has been placed on the large stone. All of the magic has a warm, nurturing feel to it. Oh. Everything here must be bolted down somehow. 9. I want to train my open spell. Is it actually training? Is it actually casting? It is. Okay. It is actually casting, even though it's like, there's no use. It is actually casting it. It's at 14 now. I don't have enough magic points. Still at 14. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It is night now. Heaven all night out here. Hooray! I have full stats. Nice. Okay. We could go back to murdering goblins. This is true. All we need though is we need the fairy dust. And we need the flying water. Don't know where we go to get to where I know exists to get the flying water, I think? Do I detect magic here? You sense no magic in this area. Okay, I can't go north here. I can go north here. Oh! Looking around, you get the feeling that this is not a very friendly place to be. Baba Yaga does not welcome strangers. You have to deal with me before you can enter. Baba Yaga is one tough magic user. If you're so stupid that you want to enter, perhaps we can make a deal. Uh-oh. Those are the biggest chicken legs you've ever seen. The skulls on the top of the fence have eerie glowing eyes. The large skull on the fence seems to be staring blankly at you. The force of magic in this clearing is nearly overwhelming. The skull on the gatepost radiates magic slightly more strongly than the other skulls. The hut on the chicken legs is artifact level magic. It makes your ears ring. Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga is the most powerful ogress around. If you have any brains, you'd stay away from her. Ogress? You're some hero if you don't even know what an ogre is. Okay, fair enough. Baba Yaga's hut, it will squat if you say the rhyme. The hut will squat if you say, Hut of Brown, now sit down. Well, you just told it to me. All the other skulls have glowing eyes, but me? No. I don't need lovely glowing eyes. Just open and close the gate. That's all I'm good for. But if you can give me a glowing gem for my eyes, then I'll let you gate. Well, is it a deal or isn't it? Yeah. All I asked for is a little gem or jewel that glows in the dark. You're the big hero, so go find one. Okay. Sure. That's not what I wanted to find. No, well. Back with the goofy goblins again. Charge the dagger. Stab him. Stab him. Stab him good. Keep stabbing. Keep stabbing with the dagger. Hey, look, he's got his butt up. See the butt one? It's your lucky day. This was the big winner at last night's poker game. You take his 35 silvers. This poor slob was the big loser at the poker game. He didn't even have lunch money. Find 4 silvers tucked in his tunic. He has no use for the silvers anymore, so into your pocket they go. You find 5 silvers concealed in a pouch. You take the silvers. Took the silvers right out of his butt. It's true. We have 2 gold pieces and 107 silver pieces. Nice. And we're running around like crazy people. Just running. Wherever we're going, we're running. We're gonna run there. So is this the Meeps? This is the Meeps. Okay. Where the heck is the waterfall? Yeah, our run is a little goofy. I will give you that. Let's see. Where in the world is the waterfall? I have no idea. No, I didn't want to bend down. No, we have to drop a whole bunch of rocks again. Why did it go to use? I was on move. Man, drop, 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 drop. Oh, I didn't want to drop an empty flat. God damn it. Fucking rocks. That's okay. I still have 2. There's only 2 silvers. We can buy more. Fine. That's the Dryad. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh god, this thing. Uh-oh. By golly, it's an Antwerp. Antwerps are on the endangered species list. They are rarely seen. Alright, well, I happen to know what you're supposed to do to this thing, and that is... Cockily, you loosen up to fight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna be able to get him. Alright, here we go. Confident and loose, you approach the Antwerp. Holy mackerel! Okay. Well, everything's fine, clearly. I didn't save... I saved for no reason, obviously. Oh. Trounced by a bounce. You're obviously in no shape to continue the game. So no matter how badly that seemed to go, it actually is the right path. Cockily, you loosen up to fight. Unless this only works with a sword. This is one of the solutions I know. Holy mackerel! Get it. Pine needle, no. Look at the... You seem to have caused an Antwerp population explosion. The bouncing baby Antwerps are all so cute. You can't bring yourself to interfere with their playing. Uh-huh. Okay, well... They're, not in the way anymore. The rocks were left here by some receding glacier. Do I detect any magic? You detect no magic here. The way is impassable. Sheer rock cliffs rise to serious heights. Can I just, like, move this? Despite your mightiest efforts, the rock does not move. Well, I don't have a very high strength. Can I use open? Your spell has unlocked the lock on the rock, but it is not yet powerful enough to open the rock door. You are not strong enough yet to open the rock door. Oh, we have to freaking practice our open spell. All right. All right. We have 20 magic. We can rest for 60 minutes to get even more magic. And now we get to sit here. It is already unlocked. 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 I know. I want the spell to also open it. I want to not accidentally throw my dagger either. That would be bad. I'm going to make sure that we're actually casting this. I have 20 magic points. It's already unlocked. I have 18. Okay, good. I also want to make sure this is actually getting better. 23. Already unlocked. Already unlocked. It's 24. Already unlocked. Already unlocked. I know it's already unlocked. Maybe you could just open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Oh. Well. Cool, I guess. At least it's up to a 32. I don't know how high it has to be to open the freaking door. But I know I don't have the strength to do it at all. Yeah. So. And our character's impatient, so he won't rest again. We have to just go find something else to do. Because we have an impatient main hero. So we're back to wandering. He doesn't like to just wait around, you know? He doesn't want to, like, okay, I'm gonna wait for an hour. Oh, and then I gotta wait for another hour because I used all my magic up. I don't want to fight you, like, at all. There it is. I want to run. A bad feeling about this place. You have an even worse feeling about this place. Run! Oh god, run! I sure do. Run! Okay, I think I know where that door goes now. I have a bad feeling about this place. You have an even worse feeling about this place. Yes, yes I do. Oh hey, I found my way to this stupid target. You can feel the holes where daggers and arrows once hit the target. Okay. You detect no magic here. Okay. The old archery target looks as though it has not been used in quite some time. Forest is very overgrown near here. You'd have trouble convincing people you were a hero if you climbed into the wall into town during day. Oh. But I don't want to have to go all the way around. It's midday. My hero willing to rest at this point? Good. I have a whole 12 magic. Cool story, bro. It's not very much. How much stamina do I have? 32? You know, that might actually be enough for a round of goblin combat. Believe it or not. It might be. This must be the town graveyard. What a run-down place. It's certainly creepy here, even during the daylight hours. Large tombstone seems to have a barely legible epitaph. Here lies an atheist, all dressed up and nowhere to go. Growing up out of the grave is an evil-looking plant with a slimy, poisonous sheen. The red root growing out of one of the graves has a strange and evil appearance. That's mandrake root. The large stone you are facing has been engraved with this message. Here lies Lester Moore, gored 6 times by a wild boar. No less, no more. A massive grate covers a hole, keeping you from seeing the bottom. Nothing grows in the dirt of the old graveyard. Some of the graves appear to have been disturbed. Do I detect any magic? You sense no magic in the area. Okay. Let's do some rude magic. As in, we're going to cast open, which is not really. The spell has no effect. But I want to open this grate. The grate is clearly rusted shut. You won't be able to open it. The spell has no effect. The valley floor is covered by fine, moist soil with a few large rocks. Can't do much with that. Okay. Can't open the grate, so I guess all that's here is the mandrake root, which I think you have to pull at night. And I assume zombies, probably. Okay, well, here's the ferry area. Do you rest? It's always nice when my hero will rest. It's mid-afternoon. Isn't it one more north is just the goblins? Flame dart! Just keep stabbing with a dagger. Don't even need my spells. Just stab them. Stab them all with a dagger. Just keep stabbing. Alright, now we're gonna use spells. Why? Because it's the last one and I might as well. Take that. Stab him with a dagger. In this goblin's left shoe, you find 8 silvers. You look around and slip the silvers into your pocket. This one lost the poker game. This one has 4 silvers in his tunic. This one has 5 silvers concealed in a pouch. And this one won the poker game. It has 35 silvers. See what I mean about them being fixed? It's that one is always the big winner. So if he's there when you beat the fight, then you got good money. And the more times you do the fight, the more likely it is that he will be there, because the more goblins there are to defeat. But that gives us 160 silver pieces. So one of the things I could use that on, which would make life more convenient, at least for a little bit, is we could buy some power potions. But I don't really feel like that's a good idea, because we do probably also want the chainmail. We are rather rapidly gaining lots of vitality and strength, because that's just the way this game works. It's like impossible to do combat with only magic. So yeah, we are very quickly going to continue to gain power in that regard. Now, my issue is I have no freaking clue how to get to a specific location that I need to get to. What time of day is it, though? Sunset's approaching. Okay, so we probably better just make our way back. What have I got for stamina? 23. Make our way back to rest so that we don't get stuck out here at night. Well, okay, but I kind of want to get stuck in at a specific screen at night. Okay. I'm gonna save with the save being out at night, because that's a really dangerous thing to do. But we need to do it for something you'll understand. Couldn't go south back there. Ah, because it's this. Okay. Carefully pick a handful of mushrooms, just cause. Wait, what's up here? Oh. Well then, what's up here? Oh. Oh crap. Run! Run from the brigand! What a dick! What a dick! Holy moly, he's a dick! Okay. Stop running. I want to save again with an out at night save. I want to wait for 60 minutes so that it is night. Or apparently not. Apparently it's still sunset. That's unfortunate. I wanted it to be night. I need it to be night on the screen. Up here's just the meeps. I don't really care about the meats. We don't have enough. We don't have enough like stats to fight that many. We wouldn't be able to fight that many goblins, I don't think. If I went for a goblin fight, we would be screwed. I don't think I'd have the stamina to last through it, is the problem. Yep, have the magic acorn, the green fur, and the flowers. And you're gonna say you're too impatient to rest, yeah. But it's not nighttime, dude. Alright. I guess maybe we'll just wander the forest and look for about as stealthy as the average goon. Yeah, I wasn't trying to stealth. I was trying to run for the forest and look for something to kill. No? Nope. Even if it's a brigand, we'll try to take on the brigand. Probably can. I'm scared to. I could come down here and try some more opening. It does unlock the rock, but it's not yet powerful enough to open the rock door. Why is it spooky music? Oh, the night has started. That's why it's spooky music. It's very subtle. Oh boy. You get no response. Okay. Oh, looky, a human. What's he doing here? Yuck! Let's have some fun with it. Humans? Why is it always humans? Go away, you can't play! I think he wants to play with us. Human, do you know how to dance? How do you dance? 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 Will you dance for us? Can you dance? Don't you want to dance? No, I'm good. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, we're boogieing. Dance! Oh, we're boogieing. Dance! He's no fun, he fell right over. Land of 1,000 dances. For such wimpy looking creatures, those fairies sure can play rough. You never danced so hard in your entire life, which is now over. Yeah, so moral of the story is that when you get asked to dance by some fairies, you say yes. Then dance for us. Humans can't dance. Let's see you dance. I bet you can't dance. Dance for us. All you want to do is dance. Let's see you. Dance. Dance. All right, we're dancing. We're doing it. We're dancing. We're dancing for ourselves. We're dancing fools. We are dancing for the fairies, yeah. They like it when we dance, yes, they do indeed. They want us to dance, so we are dancing. If we said no, they'd force us to dance to death. That is scary, don't do that, that would be bad. We are still dancing. This is actually taking stamina, by the way. You can die doing this dance. It does know how to dance. Wowee! This is neat. Gee, I didn't think it could do this. Well, I just love it. You love an Antwerp. Do not. Do too. Wow! Okay, now they like us, and they will talk to us now. Oh, but we need to not. We need to, like... It's hard to talk to them at this point. There we go. First thing I'm going to ask about, actually, is the fairy dust. Fairy dust is very magical. Is that why you're here? Why should we give it any dust? It danced for us, didn't it? Well, I say we give it some dust. That's because you have a crush on it. Do not! Dewdrop's in love with a human. I'm not. R2. If you love it, you give it some dust. Ick, not me, you. You. No, you. No way, you. Not me, you. Make Mikey do it. She'll touch anything. Mikey! All right, but you all owe me. All right, human. Hold out your hand and close your eyes. You get a big surprise. You hold out your hand. What else could you do? No peeking. I think it's cheating. Oh, just give it some dust. You needed a bath anyway. You place the dust carefully away in an empty flask. That gave us quite a few points. Like 12. Ask about the forest. This is our home. Woods are wonderful. We love trees. We love flowers. We make the trees grow. We rule the whole forest. Don't tell the Dryad that. Dryad? She protects the forest and everything. She even protects us. You better not make her mad. She'll zap you. Her tree's nearby. The Dryad is a tree nymph. She's very magical. The brigands? This is boring. Is that all we care about? Should we dance again? What about the human? Maybe if we ignore it, it'll go away. Let's dance. Sorry? The mushrooms? Our mushrooms are special. Yeah, they're magical. That's why we dance in rings of mushrooms. You better not come into our ring. We never let humans into our ring. It takes forever to get the smell out. It spoils the magic when a human comes in. It makes us very, very angry. We love our mushrooms. Oh, I'm out of time to talk to them. They're gonna ignore me now. You get no response. They seem to be ignoring you. But that's okay. We got what we came for. So we got the fairy dust, and now we're out at night, as the save implies. And we need to, we need to get out of here. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Oh. It appears the spirits frolic here during the dark hours. Okay. Okay, bye. That was not good. That was the opposite of good. Okay. So we can take the safe route, which is just going to be to climb this wall. Oh shit, no it's not. I forgot about this. See that dagger? Next one's centered on your back. Give Sneak there your cash. You walk out of here. It's a simple trade, your life or your money. Spells don't seem to work here. The whole place is in need of repair. Is there something flashing in the back there? This man may be smiling at you, but he doesn't seem very friendly. His florid face tells you that this thief is a regular at the Aces of Eights Tavern. This man may be smiling, but he doesn't seem very friendly. He may be short, but that dagger makes him look 7 feet tall. You guys want some mushrooms? It doesn't work. Ah, you forgot to pay. What a shame. Irana missed this spot. Perhaps you shouldn't explore dark alleys at night unless you're looking for trouble. Or you should look in your manual and learn how to deal with thieves. Learn how to deal with thieves in my manual? Excuse me, what? I happen to have the manual up. What does it say about how to deal with a thief? I wish I knew. I will see if it tells me here. Give me a minute to read it all. No. the characters. It doesn't. The manual doesn't seem to say anything about it. Unless we're supposed to throw a dagger back at him. The thief. What is a thief? Sultan of Stealth, chief of chicanery, potentate of plunder. The thief is a master of many skills, from subterfuge to housebreaking. Thieves live by their wits. Since the thief cannot fight as effectively as the fighter, or cast spells as the magic user, he seems to be the weakest of adventurers. However, he is also the most powerful adventurers, for he can get away with murder. Agility is an important thing to develop if you intend to pursue an honorable profession of purloining. Most of the skills of thieves uses are based on this or her grace, or her, on his or her grace and dexterity. There are many schools of thought that teach the skills necessary. Using stealth, this tool can open doors, blah blah blah, when there's a lie, blah 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 blah. Aid the thief on their journey. Finding the Thieves Guild. Yeah, it doesn't say how to deal with thieves in this little book. I don't know what it's talking about by that. I don't know what it's talking about. It seems like I do need to do something there, though, right? Besides give them my money, because it looks like there's like something shining in the back of the alley. I bet we can only find that at night. Oh god. We do not want to fight this thing. They are nasty. They're very magical. Alright. Let's say if this is out at night. And I'm actually going to try the idea of throwing our dagger. The spells don't work. Despite your intentions, you feel a calmness and a sense of peace descend upon you, as you even consider thoughts of violence. Want some food? No. How do you deal with them? My fingers are starting to get a bit twitchy, so forget about questions and just pay the man to get out alive. Maybe we need to be part of the Thieves Guild. That's probably it. You'd probably need to be part of the Thieves Guild. I think I do have an idea for that alleyway and getting that item, though. As long as our character isn't an idiot. She probably is. You may be thinking, the door is closed. How do you get in? It's really easy. We just climb the wall. Ta-da! We're in town. Hooray! We can actually climb out of town too, if we want to. What do we have for statistics here? Oh, we're fine. Okay, so what I want to do, oddly, because I'm out at night. Let's try all the things we can do at night. Right, my spells don't work here, so I'm not gonna be able to unlock the door because I can't cast magic in town. So I would have to be a thief to be able to do that. Right, and my spells don't work here. So this place seems sinister at night. Some strange object is glowing at the other end of the alley. I see a glint from here. Your spells don't seem to work here. That my spells don't work. Is the glint just a trap? Is that just what it is? It's the trap. Probably is. The glint is probably just a trap. Maybe not. Maybe we could get it, but I would be more willing to bet that we would have to have oh yeah, I guess I haven't been in here yet on this playthrough, huh? Welcome, traveler, to the Hero's Tale Inn. I am Shimeen, at your service. May you find what you seek here. Well, I probably will, but I'm gonna take a seat here first. We want to talk to this merchant guy. Oh, it is indeed sad and dangerous times we live in when a man who struggles daily to keep from starving should be robbed of his earthly possessions. I am Shima. Allow me to serve you, wanderer from afar. Do you wish food or drink? A room? You have but to give Shimeen 5 silvers, and you may have a bed to dream upon. Food? We have very good stew of newborn lamb, along with honey chicken for a mere 3 silvers. Coffee is included in the price of the meal. We have rich black coffee, freshly ground and brewed as only my people do. Such coffee will bring you to your full alertness, but it is but a silver. It is Shamin who is the speaker for the house, for I have much work to do to serve you. If you wish to know more about such things, you should speak to him. Well, you already told me your name, so... Abdullah will always be our guest and friend. Abdullah, too, is from the land of Shepia. The robbery. Abdullah will be honored to tell you of that. I don't think he will, actually. I think he'll be upset, but he will probably tell me. He is my soulmate. Oh. Well... I'd like a meal. There's no need. You're not hungry. Enough. 2 weeks ago, I was going to be wealthy beyond what you could dream of. I, Abdullah Du, would be the first merchant into this valley this year. My life was shattered by brigands. The band of brigands ambushed us just as we crossed the pass into the valley. There were about 12 brigands, including a huge Minotaur. There was also a leader, some sort of wizard. They first used some sort of magic which blinded us. Then they overwhelmed my 6 guards and my assistants. All my trade goods were taken from before me. I am now but a beggar, living off the generosity of my friends. Magic. The wizard threw something at us that caused my eyes to be blinded with tears and my nose to be forced to sneeze. I was helpless. The Minotaur is a creature with a head of a bull and the body of a man. They are said to be very strong. The leader was wearing a cloak, so I couldn't see his face. His voice was rather high-pitched, though. The wizard was very short, and he giggled most of the time. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Here I paid good money for men to protect me, and what do they do when I need protection? They run away. Not one man died to defend my treasure. You just can't hire good guards anymore. Wealth. I had treasures carefully brought from Shapir with me. I even had a magic carpet with me. Aha! I want it. Even though they too lost a fortune when the brigands stole from me, Shamin and Shima are caring for this frail shadow of a great man. She is the finest of cooks, outside of myself, that is. But her fine food is as dust in my mouth. I am but a... He is the very prince of Katas. Ah, Shapir, beautiful land of golden sands and shining sun, the heart of civilization. Alas, she is plagued with fierce jinn and ifrits who seek to drive all men and Katas from the land. But I can speak no more of the homeland I shall never see again. Instead, I will die in this cold, forsaken land, bereft of all I love. That's the second game he's talking about, actually. That's where you go for Quest of Glory 2, is to Shapir. I haven't played it. I haven't even seen it. I just know that to be the truth. I trade the treasures of one land for that of another. Brigands have stolen every treasure I had, and I am a merchant no more. Very good food, very good drink, finest in town. Sit, rest. You will be served by my Shimina. Can I have a room? May you dream of all the rewards you deserve. You thank Shamin and pay him 5 silvers for the room. You're getting tired. Well, good thing I'm about to go to sleep. The sleep heals and refreshes you. Believe it or not, though, I don't think that fully recovers you. Nope. Resting at the flower place we've been at, Arana's Peace, does fully recover you. So that's why I'm saying, like, believe it or not. Okay. I need to find more stuff that I haven't found. Somewhere out here. Maybe it's southwest. Or southeast, rather. Oh, it is. It's right here. The roar of the waterfall fills your ears, and the cold spray dampens your face as you approach. Water seems to be trying to fly as it leaps from the mountain above. Is it now? Well. You fill an empty flask with crystal clear water from the waterfall. Now, is that obviously a door? Yes. Yes, obviously that's a door. Can we climb this? Yes. A river plunges for more than 100 feet down the face of a cliff. You see slick vertical cliff walls. A doorway has been built into the side of the cliff. The door is built into the face of the mountainside. You suspect that a person who lives behind it treasures privacy. It's a large door. It must open pretty wide. Let's detect magic. What was that? It was an obvious ladder that we detected. Door is built in the face of the mountainside. You suspect that the person who lives inside it treasures privacy. You knock 3 times. A voice from inside says, "Just a minute, just a minute. Please move away from the door." Oh. Nobody here, I guess. You're wondering if that hurt, I'm sure. It did. It didn't do 10, though. We were already a little hurt because our last rest didn't give us full. So that didn't work very much. So obviously we should... Oh. Man, that's a narrow ledge up there. I don't know if you can get, like, crushed by the door. I'm kind of curious if you can. I don't think I'd be able to move any farther to the left without falling off. Crumbled, nobody here. Flat. You feel very, very flat. Okay. Let's go over here. Flat. You feel very, very flat. Oh, hello. Go on in. Hello. How are you? Have we met before? I'm Henry, the hermit. That's me. My father was an hermit, and me mother was an hermit. And so by me job, and so I come by me job Riley. Don't have too many visitors. Hermits don't, you know, part of the job description. Nice to see a new face, though. Good to hear another speaking besides myself. So what can I do for you? The hermit's staff. He needs a large staff to help him record his memories for posterity. You see a cot. The fire is down a set of dimly glowing coals. What's left of Henry's dinner? A single candle sits upon the table. Ought to have a few urns around, I says. It's an ancient Egyptian pot from the tomb of Anon-Ha. Henry always keeps a good supply of coal on hand. You see the shaggiest little man, you think it's a man anyway, you've ever seen. The hermit has all the amenities, including running water. I'm Henry. Henry the Eighth, that is. Me father wasn't Henry, and his 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 father wasn't Henry, and every one of them was an hermit. Okay. Hermit. An hermit is the one what lives alone, far away from them what talks too much or asks too many questions. Hermits are shy, quiet types and don't say much. Me brother Harry already says a word in a year. Me sister Hortense wasn't spoken since she was 6. I never talks at all. Yes, we hermits knows how to keep our mouth shut. Cave? Well, it's dark and damp and the water's roars, so there's not a moment's quiet, and the ceiling drips and the water's slimy. It's always cold. Well, says I, so. Family? Your family lives pretty far apart from each other. We're all hermits, you know? What do you think is the chances we're gonna meet all these hermits in every game? This here's what called the Flying Falls. I've done some flying falls around here myself. That porch gets slippery sometimes. I know some magic. Aramis the wizard taught me some spells. He what put the spell on me ladder so's the brigands don't get up. Then what climbs the rocks gets a door opening in the nose. Aramis. He's my friend. He and Fenris, powerful wizard he is. His house is something to see up north. Don't make it out much, and he's pretty busy, so I don't see him too often, but when we do all get together, you can be sure we all have fun. He loves to play games, he do. Yeah, we haven't gone and talked to him yet. Fenris. Fenris is Aramis. Aramis is familiar. Or is that the other way around? Games. Aramis' favorite game is the Meech's Maze. Have to be a magic user to play it, though. Aramis is awful good at it. Spells. The spells, what I knows, is pretty simple maybe, but I like 'em. I can make me ladder show up and me door close, and you can get rid of pests using the trigger spell, you see? Trigger. It's a spell what sets off other spells. Like, when you want to see the ladder, you cast a trigger, and there you have it. I just laugh. Of course, you got to have a spell on the invisible ladder to make it visible first, but it has its uses. I thinks I have a scroll with the spell, if you be knowing some magic, that is. Scroll? If you be wanting to learn the spell, I'll be pleased to share it to you. It's just getting molded in me hiding place. Do you want it? Do you want it? Yes. Let's see. How does Aramis do it? Oh yes. He summons it with a trigger. Here goes. There he has it. Oh my lord. Scroll vanishes even as you read the magical runes upon it. You now have the knowledge to cast a trigger spell. Nice. We can now do triggers, which is great. Brigands. Nasty source they is. I see them sneaking around the woods all the times. Other than a warlock, I ain't nothing to do with him. Other than the warlock? He's not so bad. Got a good sense of humor. Yes, I get the giggles just thinking of him. He's come by at times to chat. Borrowed a mirror, what I borrowed from Aramis, he did. Oh, he took the mirror. Magic mirror reflection it was. If you use it when a nasty spell was cast upon you, it was sent back at the one who cast it. Do unto others, I says. Their mage has the reflection mirror. That's not good. Okay. So, we can actually get ourselves killed here by being an idiot. We'll save this on rude magic because we're gonna be rude. We're gonna cast a fireball on him. You seem to have made the hermit unhappy. You're all wet. That hermit seems to know his trigger spells pretty well. He sure pulled the trigger on you, not to mention the plug, by teleporting you to the top of the falls without a barrel. Yeah, so if you do anything to piss him off, he just kills you. Now, I am going... You possess the trigger spell. To cast the trigger. Seem to have made the hermit unhappy. Oh. I see. That also gets me killed. If you're ever needing a place to stay the night near the area, I could be willing to put you up for the night or for some rations or a couple of games of cribbage. Well, good to know. Alright, let's use the ladder. So, we could do something not good here. It's because of the brigands that he has his ladder being invisible in the first place. But I'm betting that we can make it visible. Yeah. Can we make it invisible again? No. We can only make it visible. That's probably not really great for him. Maybe it'll disappear when we leave. That would be good for him. If I rest for 60 minutes and then I leave and come back, is his ladder still visible? Because okay, good. His ladder is invisible again. Okay. Well, here we are at, you see your own reflection in the crystal clear waters. You see a lovely waterfall in the distance, feeding the lake with ice cold mountain water. The runoff river from the waterfalls forms this scenic lake. Magic? You sense no magic in this area. Well, all right. I think we could get water here too. We don't need to. I believe that we actually have everything we need for the potion. I think we want to go talk to the healer because the Dryad said that the healer could make the potion. You politely knock on the door. You tell the healer that you've been to visit the Dryad of the woods and that she gave you a magic acorn and told you the formula for a potion to dispel enchantments. So you helped the Dryad. That's nice. She does keep the forest around here healthy. So that's how to make a dispel potion, is it? Thanks for letting me know. How do I get you to do it though? Do I just start giving you the things? We'll just save one. Those meeps sound interesting. I'd like to meet them sometime. I'll get to work on that potion of yours. Let's see. To make the dispel potion, I still need fairy dust, flying water, magic acorn. Oh, so she doesn't need the flowers because I've given her loads of flowers already. So you say this is one of the ingredients for the dispel potion? Well, I'd better get started making it. Still need flying water and magic acorn. Okay, I hope this water is the flying water. The healer makes some sort of arcane gesture over the flask of water, then smiles. Flying water. How clever. Let's see. To make the dispel potion, I need a magic acorn, which is what we were given initially right away. So you help the Dryad. That's nice. She does keep the forest around here healthy. So you know how to make a dispel potion, is it? Thank you for letting me know. Wait. Oh. Did you make it? Did she say something else? Because it looked like she had a line that popped up that I missed. Let's restore. Try this again. Let's give her the acorn first, though. Okay. Here's the fairy dust. Still need the flying water. And here's the flying water. The spell potion will take a while to make. Why don't you come back later? Ah. Okay. Thank you. Can always use flowers from Miranda's piece in potion making. Here are your silvers. Here are your silvers. I have a bunch of money. Alright, so it'll take a little while. How long? An hour? A day? If I come out here and sit for 60 minutes and then knock on your door, is it ready? Here is the potion of dispel. Nice. You have one dispel potion. You have 2 gold and 162 silver. I actually want to spend some of these silver pieces, if you wouldn't mind, on a mana potion. Hope this will help you. Me too, actually. Me too. Okay. We have the Dispel Potion, which I think is going to be required for getting his son back. Well, I know one thing that we haven't done that we could do. We have all the spells required to play his game now, too. So... And we need to do this because we need all the spells if we want to become a wizard. We need to get all... We need to apparently get 9 spells. Oh, hey. How are you? Do, 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 do. It was a huge waste of magic, I know, but it's okay. Truly it is. What time of day is it? Is the big question right now. Midday. It is truly a little hard to say if I should go where I'm thinking about going. If I leave that screen and come back, he's just there now. Yeah, there seems to be a fox north of the road. Help me, brave and kind hero. Yeah. Your powerful open spell springs the trap. In exchange for your kindness, I will give you some advice and a bit of information. First of all, it sometimes pays off to be polite, even to rude people. As for the amusing tidbit, Baba Yaga put an enchantment on the Baron's daughter some years back. To break the spell, you need to talk to the Dryad. Au revoir. Ta-ta now. Ta-ta for now. Be seeing you. Enchantment on the Baron's daughter some years back. Trap is an especially nasty piece of work. Besides the inch-long spiky bits, well, never mind. Suffice to say that you would not enjoy being caught in it. Oh. Good. I don't think that's the way. I think we want to go. Is that's gonna lead? Yeah, that leads to the Frost Giant's cave. I'm sure. Uh-oh. The colors are all fucked again. Oh, and then we get into a combat with the fucked up colors. That's okay. We'll just fight with messed up colors and then I'll reload the game. Ba-da-bum! You search your opponent, find 3 silver coins, and then you need to save the game because it's all fucked up. And you gotta quit because that's the only way to get the colors back to normal. This happens every so often. I don't know what to do about it. I apologize. Relaunch. I don't know why that happens, but it does. It happens every so often. Okay. Where the hell are you going? Alright. Let's come over here. Let's rest. In an hour. Rest. 24 magic. It's not much, but uh-oh. This is one of them, they're bandits. Got him. Problem with the bandits is that you have to, like, attack them when they lower their guard. 13 silver coins, though, is definitely not a problem with the bandits. They are harder to fight, but they're not so bad. And we are continuing to get better. We have higher intelligence all the time. Weapon use is up to a 38 now. We are getting better. Most certainly. Alright, here we are. Funny. You've never heard of anything about the Great Wall of Spielberg before. You'll have to get a new travel agent. The road seems to wind forever up the mountain. View is awesome from here. Reminds you of Yosemite National Park. What? No, it doesn't. Maybe it does. I don't know. Sign appears. It reads, "Welcome off Zauberberg." Another sign appears. It reads, "Trespassers will be towed." Uh-huh. Will they? It looks a bit like a purple mannequin. This place is mountains above anything else in Spielberg. What a great big beautiful sky. You feel as though you've just scaled the Matterhorn in full armor. What a climb. You can see all of Spielberg Valley from here. After you finally catch your breath, you see that you have reached a rather eccentric looking house that you saw from below. There's an ugly gargoyle above the entrance. Stand fast. He who would the wizard see first must answer questions 3. What is your name? Klaus. What is your quest? I want to be a wizard. Who put the aura around the town? Irana. And a right peaceful place she made it. Go on in. The wizard will see you now. Go directly to the tower. Do not dally. Okay. The room is full of odds and ends. And stuff. The wizard must be a real character. Your eyes are drawn to his eyes and the figure of the portrait. His intense stare is unnerving. This would not be someone to trifle with. He looks subtle and quick to anger. There's a strange figure on the bookshelf. It looks like an overgrown rat wearing a wizard's hat. The poor stuffed peacock seems bedraggled, worn, and overused. It's the famous Duncan Dragon. You haven't seen one of those in years. It was a moderately large and fearful dragon at one time. Rat? Erasmus likes to keep his suits well ironed. Oh boy. Suppose we better move along before we get in trouble. Uh-oh. Nah, it's fine. Come in and sit down. Fenris, our guest has arrived. Cheese, please. Since you are a practitioner of the magical arts, you might be interested in a little game I have. Do you know the spell open? Yes. Do you know the spell fetch? Yes. Great. Now, can you cast Flame Dart? Yes. Good. Now, all you have to know is the spell Trigger. Don't suppose you know that spell, do you? Yes. Wonderful. Then you can play a game of Mage's Maze with me. Do you want to play? You do want to play, don't you? Yes. I'll teach you the Dazzle spell if you win. There's literally a section in the manual about how to play this, so if I can't really figure it out, then we'll have to look it up. Click on the magic flask to drink a magic power potion while playing the game. I think I'm out of spells. Too much for you? I guess you should work on your magic. Maybe next time will be more of a challenge. Do so enjoy playing Mage's Maze. Okay, yeah, so I'd have to look up a little bit more of how to play that, but I need more magic. I need to come in with full magic points and probably a couple magic potions. Erasmus. I'm a wizard of some renown. Do you know what's big, purple, and eats Ungeflare Lich Dinge? No. Big purple Ungeflare, I don't even know what I'm saying. Ungefähr Lich Dinge Eaters. Large purple Ungefähr Lich Dinge. God, I cannot say that. Eaters are all too common in the forest these days. Okay. What am I? Some sort of object? Am I invisible or something that you talk about me behind my back in front of my face? Sheesh, no respect. It's hard to take anyone very seriously who wears such a ridiculous hat. If magic be the loot of life, play on! The quote was music, not magic, and it was food, not loot. How about magic makes the world go round? Money makes the world go round. Oh, very well then. To put it in my own words, magic is the essence and the soul of life, and the wizard is her poet. Actually, it was Merlin who said that first, but he used the term magician, not wizard. Fenris, there are times when you would look better as a newt. Why is that? Because newts can't talk. Neither can most rats. I love these two. Zara has a real flair for the theatric. Her entrance at the magic shop is a bit showy, but effective. It's a pity she has no sense of humor. Just because she doesn't laugh at your jokes doesn't mean that she lacks a sense of humor. Just means that she has good taste. Baba Yaga is good at curses and shape-changing spells. She has a nasty temper and doesn't believe in safe hex. So it's best to stay on her good side. You have to watch her. She cheats at cards. So do you. She started it first. Besides, I wanted to get her to taste. I wanted her to get a taste of her own medicine. Shame she still beats you. Curses. The curse Baba Yaga placed upon Baron von Spielberg was a fine example of creative cursing. Upon von Spielberg and all his clan, this curse I now demand. What I will shall come full measure, so shall ye lose all that ye treasure. Of course, the problem is that for every curse, there is an equal and opposite counter-curse. Counter-curses? A counter-curse is a cure for a curse. It usually works against the one who cast the curse in the first place. The counter-curse for the curse of the Baron goes, come a hero from the east, free the man from in the beast. Bring the child from out the band, drive the curser from the land. So, to break the curse, a hero must get rid of Baba Yaga. In addition to all the other things, it does not reflect well on Baba Yaga. Nothing reflects well upon the ogress. She has a face that would break anything but a magic mirror. Magic mirror. There are many types of magic mirrors. One of the more common types is the one that has a strange face popping up every so often. Reminds me of the one in the master bedroom. That's not magical. No, but it does have a strange face peering from it whenever you're in the room. At any rate, I used to have a nice magic hand mirror I misplaced around here somewhere. It could be used to reflect a spell back upon the caster. So if you happen upon a small golden magic mirror with a dragon handle on it, you'll know it's mine. It was the flagon with the dragon. The mirror had a leer. Oh, that's right. Well, if you find a magic mirror with a face on it, you'll know it reflects spells. Thanks. Never met her. I only built this vacation home here a century ago. Irana has a nice little magical meadow in her name northwest of here. Pretty respectable spellcaster, I imagine. The protection spell she cast over the town is fairly good, but I believe she missed a few places. You're just jealous because the only thing anyone named after you was a soft drink. I thought that Aramis's Razzle Dazzle Root Beer was a wonderful name for a product. Shame the company went broke afterwards. The protection spell? Irana's spell prevents the use of excessive violence or hostile magic within Spielberg's walls, with the exception of a couple places. Places? Looks to me as if she missed the back part of the alley, and the spell only applies to areas in town or above the ground. Pretty shoddy, if you ask me. Nobody asked you. Spellcasters. Basically, anyone who uses magic is a magic user, and anyone who casts spells is a spellcaster. However, to be a wizard, you need to have undergone initiation into the Wizards Institute of Technoercy in the land of Shapir. Magicians and sorcerers are wizards who specialize. I myself strive to master all aspects of magic, unlike those narrow-minded specialists. You wouldn't want to lose your amateur standing after all. I prefer to think of myself as a dilettante. Does that mean that you tease pickles? No. No. Spells. It's important for a magic user to know as many spells as possible. You never know what might come in handy. It's true. Is it true that a monster can't hurt you if you're carrying a torch? No. Actually, it depends on how fast you're carrying it. Oh, my jokes are great. Brigands. They were supposed to have a warlock working with them. From what I've seen, he's more of a nincompoop than a necromancer. You have to wait for him to stop drinking his tea before you can talk to him. He laughs too much when he casts his spells. That's because his jokes are funnier than yours. Warlock. The only thing I've seen the brigand warlock cast is sneezing powder. That's not a spell. Isn't that the vampire who fell in love with throats? No, that's a necromancer. A necromancer is a magic user who has a rather unsavory relationship with corpses. That mean a necromancer has ghoul friends? It means a necromancer is someone who deals with the undead. Canasta with cadavers and spades with shades, eh? No. Mage's Maze. Just a little something to challenge the mind and magic with that I like to play every now and then. Fenris isn't much of a challenge anymore. That's because I always win. Still think you're cheating somehow. Anyway, the game involves casting 4 spells. Flame Dart, Open, Fetch, and Trigger. And to make it worth your while, if you beat me, I'll teach you a new spell called Dazzle. The tea in the cup sitting on the table seems to refill itself as the wizard drinks. East, the peaks of the Wolf's Bane Mountains are clearly visible. You are certain those are curtains. This stone is the base of the tower spire. Oh, these stones are the base. Do you know the difference between a wounded Triceratops and a magic user casting the fly spell? Yes? Darn, I thought I made that one up myself. Reynolds looks back at you with a grin. What's there to say? For a rat, I'm a really great guy. Although, for such a great guy, you're really a rat. Erasmus is my familiar. Isn't that the other way around? Familiar is my Erasmus? Well, I've always found Erasmus to be overly familiar. No, I mean, aren't you my familiar? All these years and you still don't know? Well, doesn't work. There's not a lot more we can do here. If we try to get up, he just gets mad at us and sends us out of here. Do you know what you get when a Tyrannosaurus running 25 miles per hour eastward meets another Tyrannosaurus running 15 miles per hour westward? No. Tyrannosaurus Rex! Okay. Alright. Yeah, one I actually kind of like. If I use the get up, he just says, "Not in my house, you don't," and then he teleports you out. And now we're back here. We have 1 whole magic point. But our magic went up quite a bit from playing that game. But I think we're going to need more power potions to do that and at least have rested to full. So what I want to do is, for one, check the time of day. Sunset approaches. I thought it might. We're going to run our butts over to Arana's Peace so that we can get some peaceful sleep. It's not gonna let me rest for 60 minutes though. Yeah. We have to go make it be night. Ah, this ought to do. Da-da-da! Search your opponent. 10 silvers on a goblin? Wow. He did well at last night's poker game. Boo-doo-boo, boo-doo. Wow, I am very out then. I will sleep all night. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Nice. Full magic. Alright. My plan is to go and see if we can do this mage's maze of his with the for the dazzle spell, which I think we're gonna need. I'm gonna see if we can do it with full magic. Wow, this goblin is really on my heels. He's still coming. I take him on. We're just not gonna use magic. Literally just stab him in the face a few times. A whole 2 silver? Wow. I'm disappointed. Alright. That's fine. Off we go! Welcome to Magic Mountain. Now go home. No. Every muscle in your body is letting you know that this is great exercise. Oh, you again. Here come your questions. What is your name? What is your quest? I want to be a wizard. What is the thieves' password? I don't know. At least if you're a thief, you're ashamed enough to lie about it. Come on in. The wizard will see you now. Go directly up to the tower. Do not dally. Alright. I'm gonna save this on rude magic because we have to play this mage's game and it's rude. But before we play this mage's game and it being rude, I need to go read how. So that you're not left out of what I'm reading, I am going to drop the primary monitor up on top here. We'll put DOSBox behind it. So there you go. Now you can read along if you wish. Let's see. How to play the Mage's Maze. The most popular entertainment among those of the magical persuasion is a game known as Mage's Maze. Each wizard has his own personally customized game environment suiting his or her particular predilections, while each game is thus somewhat different. All known examples share certain common features. The object of Mage's Maze is to enable your game creature to reach the finish point ahead of that of your opponent. Since the creatures are self-willed and often very willful, the only way to achieve this is by encouraging your creature to follow the correct route to the finish. This is done by removing obstacles, placing bridges and ladders, and otherwise providing a hospitable path or by impeding your opponent's creature. Mage's Maze is played exclusively by casting spells. Popular spells include Trigger, Open, and Fetch. Some variations use additional spells such as Flame Dart, Zap, Darkness, and Invisibility. The Trigger spell generally activates a pre-existing shape change spell on your creature. In one popular form of the spell, each creature may take on one of up to several sizes at any given time. Each trigger spell increases the creature's size up to some limit, after which the next trigger spell switches to the smallest size. Of course, the creatures also interact in various ways. A larger creature may eat a smaller or like-shaped creatures may be attracted to each other. The open spell may be used to remove obstacles or open doors in the game environment. The mage casts Open, then concentrates on the offending obstacle. Fetch is often used to move bridges, ladders, carpets, or other useful objects around the game board. After casting the Fetch spell, the mage focuses on an object and must maintain concentration until it has been deposited in the desired location. Flame Dart is sometimes used to create an area of warmth to which the creature will be attracted. Of course, most spells affect your opponent's creature as well as your own, so caution must be applied in their use. Okay. Where was it? It is here. Ah, here we go. First, read How to Play the Mages in Your Famous Adventures Correspondence School Guidebook. Remus's version has a few variations. The maze screen consists of 2 status icons, 4 spell buttons, and a maze strewn with bridges, ladders, and boulders. 2 hyperactive bugs are trying not to fall off the cliffs. The blue creature is yours, and the purple one belongs to Aramis. The object is to encourage your bug to finish the game first. The status icons show your current magic points, MP, and the amount of time remaining on your current spell. You play the game by casting spells at the game board. If you have a mouse, simply click on the spell button you wish to use from the keyboard. Use the left and right cursor arrows to move this. Oh, from the keyboard you do it that way, which we're not doing. Once you've selected a spell, the timer starts. How much time you have depends on your skill level in the chosen spell. The exception is the trigger spell, which always works and takes effect immediately. Use the fetch spell to move a bridge or ladder into position. Point the mouse at any bridge or ladder, press the left mouse button to move the object where you want it, then release the mouse button. Using the keyboard or joystick, press blah 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 blah. Use the open spell to remove a boulder from your bug's path. Point at the offending boulder, then click the mouse or press enter. The boulder will vanish and reappear in another random position. Use the trigger spell to change the size of your creature. Each trigger spell will change the creature to the next size, small to medium to large, or large to small. Only small bugs can travel through tunnels, and only medium bugs can climb ladders. Medium bugs like to eat small ones, and are themselves the favorite food of large bugs. All sizes are easily distracted when food, a predator, or a friend is near. Same size bugs are attracted to one another. The Flame Dart spell will put a miniature sun in the maze. Yeah. Use the mouse to position it. The bugs like warmth and will be attracted to nearby heat sources. Should either bug die, a new one will appear at the top of the maze. Okay. I now know how to play this derpy game. Am I going to do well? I don't know. Probably not. Come in and sit down. Yep. 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 All right, here we go. Okay, so this must be trigger. This is open. This is our move. That's how much time we have on the spell. This is our flame. Okay, so we need to open this. We could utilize a bridge. Oh god, I get like no time for that. I want to move this ladder over here. I need to trigger him so that he'll go down the ladder. I need to trigger him twice more and open that. He needs to be triggered. And I need to move this ladder here. What's he doing? Go to the ladder. Thanks. No, go up the ladder. Go up the ladder. Oh, I needed to go down there? Oh, shit. Magic just isn't there. Okay. Drink burns as it goes down. Oh my god, my guy's all tiny again. I'm all the way back up there now. Yeah, he won. You did something that we weren't expecting. Whatever it was, you don't need to do it to finish the game. Try taking a different approach to the situation. Error 10. As in, the game just crashed. That's an interesting error message. Oops, you did something we weren't expecting. Well, whatever it was, you didn't need to do it to finish the game, trust me, because it crashed the game. So... game. Ah. Continue quest. All right. I think we can definitely do this. We just need to get I just need to be good. Just need to be good. I would say we would need a lot more fetch training if I wasn't using a mouse. Cuz I bet that with the arrow keys this would be like impossible. Oh my god. I just pushed the arrow keys and that caused him to teleport me out because it moves your character. Okay. Another move. And then trigger him. And then trigger him twice. And open this. open that. Move that there. Well, you seem to have beginner's luck. Only took you 2 games to win. Usually takes at least 500 tries for anyone less than a full wizard to defeat me. As I promised, I shall now teach you the spell known as Aramis's Razzle Dazzle. I do so enjoy playing Mage's Maze. So you taught me Aramis's Razzle Dazzle? You possess the Dazzle spell. Your expertise is 10. You will use 3 magic points each time you cast the spell. Cool. That blinds things and makes them momentarily unable to do anything. I know exactly where to use that spell. So it's one of the reasons why I knew I needed to get it. All right, teleport me out, please. Bye. I know exactly where to use it. So we're probably low on magic after that, though. This is expected, but I have 25 points. We got a bunch of vitality from the climb, but we got a good amount of magic and intelligence from playing the game. Oh boy, hello. I'll dazzle you, and then I will shoot you with fire. Okay, apparently I won't. Dazzling time! Alright, the dazzle didn't seem to do very much, did it? Dazzle his ass! Shoot him a fireball! Stab him! Got him. You search your opponent. Find 3 silver coins. Cool story. Mid-morning. Still only even mid-morning. Alright, well, that's fine. I'll just walk over. I'm sure we'll run into more combat on the way. We do seem to run into quite a bit of it after all. Ah, hello. You find 8 silver coins. Really, another one, huh? Three silver coins. And an excuse to have a nap. There's just a goblin every screen. All right, well. I can just stab goblins with my dagger. I don't need to do anything more than that. Find a single silver coin. Carefully polish it and place it in your pouch. What a way to make a living. Oh boy. I have 145 silvers, so. We're a long ways away from the chainmail, but. Alright, this is Aramis's piece. Not Aramis's, Irana's piece. Aramis's piece. No, it's not Aramis's piece. We're just gonna have a 60-minute rest here, and we're gonna check the time. It's mid-afternoon. all this combat and all this resting afterwards has gotten us all lose. The day's just gone. Just, who knows where it went? It's all right. We have 33 magic points. I think that's gonna be enough, but I'm not positive. This might be harder than I think it's going to be. There might actually be some combat with the kobold, for example. But I think I know exactly what to do to the kobold. He's gonna have a really bad time if I. So we're gonna cast a spell we haven't used in quite some time, which is Calm. Because I am not going to fight the ogre. That is probably not going to ever happen with the character. We would have to train physically for quite some time. So, I am pretty sure at this point that this is the brother. This is his son. Because remember that his horse came back with claw marks, but nobody ever found his body. There's an aura of magic throughout the cavern. It seems to center on the bear. Okay, so I have a couple ideas here. First is something I don't expect to have work, which is the trigger spell. No response. Okay, that's what I thought. So we're gonna calm him, because I do know exactly what we need to do. We need to unlock him. If we unlock him, he will no longer bear. And that's the key right there. Now, how do we defeat him? With the Dazzle spell. Dazzle his butt again. Dazzle his butt again. Use our dagger. Okay. Ouch! You threw your dagger. Now you're stuck with it. I didn't mean to throw my dagger at myself. Oh my god, I just lost my dagger. Alright, let's restore. I was correct with what I needed to do, but I then did something really dumb. So calm the bear. Walk on by him. Can I turn my walk into a run? No, all I could do is sneak. So if I was a thief, I could sneak and steal it right now. But because I'm not a thief, I need to do the dazzle. I need to do the dazzle again, keep blinding his butt. And then come up here with my dagger and stab him good. Stab him good. Wow. My stabs did not seem to work that time. I definitely managed to pull it off last time. I somewhat doubt that I could just shoot him with fire. I could try. I could try doing a dazzle followed by a firebolt. Followed by a dazzle. Followed by a firebolt. And I don't have enough magic now. The drink burns as it goes down. But now I can dazzle his butt again and shoot him another firebolt. He reflected it. Dang it. Oh, I didn't mean to restart. Dang it. I got him my first try and now I can't do it. I got him literally on my first try. Dazzle. Do anything. I don't have the interface anymore. Oh, it's still there though. Hey, I got him. Oh, and then I threw my fucking dagger away again. God, that's annoying as fuck. I'm gonna live with it. I'm literally gonna live with it unless I just can't. Retrieve the dropped key. I have 0 health. We're gonna drink that. I have 31. You pick up the kobold's mushrooms and put them in your pack. There might have just been more of those. You can't use your mushroom on your own mushroom. Strong magical aura radiates from the kobold's key. You see the outline of a chest glowing in the southern end of the cavern. You don't see any treasure here. You're too far away to use the kobold's chest. Okay, we were warned about traps that explode fire in our face before. The invisible lid of the invisible chest lifts. A ripple of magic heat in the air informs you of a trap narrowly avoided by the skillful use of your open spell. You open the chest and remove its contents, and close it again. You are now 10 gold and 60 silver pieces richer. Nice. That's a lot of money. Okay. Is there any reason for me to use a trigger in here? There are no passive spells to trigger here. Okay, so I think we want to save here still. It's being rude magic and all. Bear won't let you near the lock. Okay, calm your shit, Bear. Really? Can I rest then? Okay, good. Calm your shit, Bear. Suddenly a feeling of peace and tranquility. The kobold's key disappears as you turn it in the lock. You have the honor of meeting the Baronet Bernard von Spielberg. We are pleased that you broke our enchantment. Perhaps our father, the Baron, will reward you should you ever visit our castle. The arrogance of the Baronet astonishes you. Perchance the kobold magic user had a reason for changing him into a bear. Probably. Oh god. Calm spell. Everything's fine, ogre man. Everything is fine. I'm out. I don't even have a dagger. I'm out of here. Bye. I was an idiot and I threw it away, and we're gonna lose some money because of my idiocy. But that's okay. Go away, brigand. I don't even have a dagger. Oh, go away. Where the hell am I? There I am. Ooh, ooh. Uh, you know, sure. Let's go up here before we... Come in, come in! You have been expected. Baron von Spielberg awaits you in the castle. Cool. I'll run my butt over there. I know I never bothered to come to the castle. We could have talked to these guards already, but... The Baron von Spielberg and Baronet await you in the castle hall. My character just runs in. We couldn't have come in until now. Words cannot express the gratitude I have toward you. Not only have you freed the Baronet from enchantment and allowed my son to return to me, but you have renewed my hope that the curse may be lifted. My son, Baronet Barnard von Spielberg, also desires to acknowledge his indebtedness. Barnard? That is, I am appreciative of your efforts upon my behalf. Furthermore, I understand that you have rid our valley of a dangerous kobold magic user in order to free the Baronet von Spielberg. You risked your life to single-handedly defeat the foul spellcaster. You are a true hero, and I thank you. Barnard, I am pleased that you managed to kill the kobold. I sincerely hope that you will continue your valiant adventures in our land. If anyone can rid the land of brigands, it will be you. Someday in the near future, I can envision holding a ceremony in your honor and bestowing upon you the title Hero of Spielberg. Barnard, it would be nice if somebody could finally defeat the brigands and claim the title. As you leave the castle tomorrow, you will receive the reward money I long ago posted for the safe return of my son. As a token of my thanks, you will of course be expected to dine with us and be our guest in the castle tonight. Do you have any questions? The curse. Some years back, I tried to force the ogress Baba Yaga to leave our valley, and she put a curse upon me that I should lose everything I held dear. When I lost my daughter and my son, I lost all interest in living. My land suffered because I suffered. Now, though, with the return of my son, I trust the prophecy is about to come true. It's to you. Prophecy. The prophecy states, comes a hero from the east, free the man from in the beast, bring the child from out the band, drive the cursor from the land. You entered here from the east, and you released my son from the form of a bear. I am certain you can fulfill the rest of it and remove this dreadful curse. Ah, the leader of the brigands is his daughter. That's why the leader has a high-pitched voice, is because the leader of the brigands is his daughter, and she's under an enchantment that is causing her to just be the leader of the brigands, and like she's wearing like full helmet so nobody can see her. and her little the jester's the one who went to look for her, and he laughs all the time. He's really easy to make him laugh, so he's the warlock that's with her. My beautiful little daughter was stolen away 10 years ago by Baba Yaga's magic. She has never been found, despite all the searching that has been done for her. I thought she was lost forever, but you have renewed my hope that I will again have her beside me. Why do prophecies always rhyme? No one knows. Yorick was my court jester, a man of infinite jest. He went off to find my daughter, but alas, poor Yorick never returned. I know very little about magic, much to my sorrow. Perhaps you should talk to the wizards Zara in town, or Erasmus on Zauberberg. Well, I needed to talk to both of them to get all of the magic that I have in order to do what I did. So, kind of already did that, dude. Yourself. I am Stefan von Spielberg, 12th Baron of the Spielberg Castle. Brigands. If I had more guards, I would wipe the brigands out myself, now that I have my son at my side. It will take some time before this castle and land have recovered from my sorrow. So I still think it will take a hero to destroy the brigands. I know they have some kind of fortress at the far south of the valley. I have heard rumors that they have set up an ambush for all that approach. It is also rumored that there is another way into the fortress, but I have no further knowledge about it. It's the giant rock that I still can't move. My open spell isn't good enough. I have offered substantial rewards for the return of my son and my daughter, as well as for the leader and warlock of the brigands. There have always been brigands around, but until the leader and the warlock showed up a few years ago, they were not much of a problem. The leader seems to be a brilliant strategist who manages each raid with little loss. Once the leader is gone, I am sure the brigands can be easily defeated. As if this valley hasn't been plagued with enough evil magic users. From what I have heard, his magic isn't powerful, but it is used effectively. Yeah, he just throws blinding. He just throws pepper at people. All he does is throws pepper at people. I rode off one morning with my men in search of monsters to fight. I got separated from my men when I came across the entrance to the cave. As I entered, the kobold ordered me to get out. I informed it that I was Baronet Barnard von Spielberg and heir to the lands and all within. I ordered it to bow before me, but it cast a spell upon me. I remember very little after that. I would prefer not to talk about that. Yeah? I will soon lead the troops against the brigands and wipe them from this land. I don't think you will. I am Baronet Barnard von Spielberg, heir to the lands and all within. Enough already, dude. This guard, right here. Can't talk to the guards? A roast pig on the sideboard to be your supper. A wine of the rarest vintage from Razier stands ready for dinner. Is it? The table is filled to overflowing. I don't want to get him mad at me and get in trouble. What? Do I just walk away? Walk up the stairs? Better stay in the main hall. Wouldn't be wise to offend the Baron. Okay. Do I just walk to dinner? Castle? Do I leave? A servant is awaiting you outside to show you to your quarters. We will see you at supper later. Oh, okay. After a wonderful meal with the Baron and his son, a peaceful night's sleep, and a feather down bed, and a filling breakfast in bed, you are ready to go adventuring once more. Wow. The pampering never ends. Nice. I am ready to go adventuring once more with my 62 gold and 205 silver pieces. We can buy that chainmail now. And quite a number of magic potions if I wanted. I'm wondering though if there's some place where I can get a sword. It is 11 o'clock though, so I do need to quit. We only have 244 out of 500 points though. So either like the end is worth a lot of points, or getting through to the brigands is going to be a lot more points as well, which it might be. I know where to get the glowing gem, but we need some way to make the apples really large. She has a bunch of small apples, but it would take a ton of them to fill the frost giant hand, which is what he wants. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice you come in. Unfortunately, I only have standard weapons and equipment. I carry daggers and chain armor. Okay, well, you at least carry daggers. I lost mine. Think you could hook me up? There you are. Thank you for your patronage. Actually, I have some flasks right now. How many? One empty flask. We don't need more than one empty flask. All right, I don't know if this is going to like overburden me or not. So I want to like save my game before I buy this because he said it's heavy. And it might overburden me. I don't really know. I mean, I have a 45 strength. That's pretty good. So it might not overburden me. You won't be needing your old leather armor anymore. I shall give you a 50 silver trade-in discount. There you are. Thank you for your patronage. How heavy is it? It only weighs 35 pounds. My old one weighed 20, so the chainmail shirt isn't that much more. Didn't change how we look though. Guess we're wearing our clothes over our chainmail shirt, which makes sense. All right, we're gonna do something at the start of the next part that I have not done yet, which is go into the bar and maybe the alley during the day, because both of them are different. Both of them are things during the day. I think the bar is mostly for the thieves. I think the bar is how you get to the Thieves Guild. But I'm not positive. I've never played a thief. So I know that we have 8 spells, right? I don't think we can climb the wall. I'm trying to climb the wall so that I can. Okay, we can. I just want to get out of town so that I can look at how many spells I have. Yeah, we have 8 spells. So we have 8 of the 9 that we need to be able to cast. What spell do I not have? I have Detect Magic, Open, Trigger, Dazzle, Fetch, Calm, Firebolt, and the Shock. Is there anything in the Famous Adventurers Guide that I don't have? Dazzle, Calm, Trigger, Detect Magic, Flame Dart, Fetch, Open, Zap. Takes practice to improve a spell. And as with all magic, it takes intelligence to know the spell is useful. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. So according to the famous adventurers guidebook thing, we have all 8. I guess she was saying that we had to have 9 spells when we were going to become initiated, which would mean that in the second game we need to get one more spell and be able to cast all of them in order to become initiated as a wizard. Because this game, we're not going to be able to become initiated as a wizard. That is not something that happens in the first game because the wizard's place is in the town to the south, which is the second game. So we won't be able to become an initiated wizard in Quest for Glory 1. So I think this is all the spells that we can get in 1. Which is fine. We have plenty of fun stuff here. I actually really like the trigger spell. I like that idea quite a bit. That if there's some latent magic in the area and there's a spell that's primed to do something, you can just trigger it and it just happens. It goes off. It's such a cool spell. I actually would really kill to have that in especially in my dad's D&D. It'd be great because he loves to have those magic traps that you can't do a damn thing about other than to set them off. And so a spell that I can just triggers. I trigger whatever's nearby me that could be triggered. If it's got some kind of passive effect that is waiting for something to happen, I can just make it so that it just happens anyways. Go. It'd be an awesome spell. It's a cool idea. I don't know that I've seen that in a game or anything like that before, so I like it. The rest of these spells are all pretty standard magic, you know. Calm is basically, you know, it's just a calm the beast. You got detect magic, your unlock spell, which is also an open. It also can open doors if it's powerful enough. Your shocking. This is basically shocking grasp, just applied to. It has to be applied to a weapon. You got your telekinesis, your firebolt, and your blinding flash. So pretty normal stuff, but that doesn't mean that it's not fun. It's a great game. I like this game a lot. We got 244 out of 500, so yeah, we're making progress, and I have plenty of ideas as to what I need to do now. That's one of the things about this game that I'm actually really liking is that I'm not feeling lost. I feel like I know the different things that I need to work up to be able to do. I just need to figure out how to work up to be able to do them. Which like we need to go down and open the rock so that we can go in the back way to the brigands and then deal with whatever we deal with there. We don't know what we're getting into there. Somewhere in the south, I think there's like a wizard's place that I can get into that only a wizard should be able to figure out how to get into. She was saying, I don't know if that's south, like in this area or something else, but Zara might be able to give us more info on that. I'm not sure. Either way, when it happens, it happens. Take it easy. I really wish that I had managed to not screw up my first 3 hours of gameplay because we would be probably at least another hour or two farther than I am right now. But I did screw that up. So, you know, it's 3 hours of my life that I'll never get back. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Take it easy, and when it happens, it happens. I'll see everybody later. Have a good one.